Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. A slow start for riding on a winner. No stone unturned, not the quickest away, but she has made the lead from the far outside. Started with Stars is in a good spot outside of Sweet Shallots. Break of 4 lengths. The Fabulous Moolah covering Joker's Run. Slow start riding on a winner is the last of all. And with the lead, it is No Stone Unturned, and Sweet Shallots is going to force her hand. No Stone Unturned clearing away at the 3-8. Sweet Shallots is in the second spot, and here is Started with Stars, who gets a nice tracking trip, and she's forwardly positioned, only 2 lengths off the lead midway through the turn. 7 lengths or so back to the Fabulous Moolah. Joker's Run's a little even-paced, nothing from riding on a winner. So it is No Stone Unturned with her expected speed. Started with Stars is making her move to the outside. And here comes Sweet Shallots to re-engage from the inside. In the meantime, it has Started with Stars, who has come away with the lead. And Sweet Shallots is the late threat along the rail inside the final furlong. No Stone Unturned is third. Then the Fabulous Moolah and Joker's Run. Started with Stars in the center of the racetrack. She will win the opener. Front and center. Started with Stars in the He-Man, He-Manarchy. Sweet Shallots checks in second. And the opener is official of the early pick 3. And there they go, and it's a slow start for Moon Chariot. Tamaki is showing good zip from the far outside. Jason Liam is forwardly positioned from the rail. Ida Denials the gray inside of Joyful Soul. Speed Up runs with them, although a little deep at the 7/8. Towards the tail, Nicolina P. and Moon Chariot after the slow start. Tamaki has the lead. Jason Liam right on her heels. They have more than 3 lengths to Ida Denial, trying to close in from third. In the fourth spot, here's Moon Chariot, who was away slowly, advancing into fourth, 6 off the lead. From the outside is Joyful Soul. Better than a length to Nicolina P. Nothing yet from Speed Up, the last of the 7 2-year-old fillies. At the 5/8, the top 2 in the wagering are the top 2. Tamaki the favorite and Jason Liam the second choice, about 3 parts of a length between them. 6 or 7 back to Ida Denial. Another 2 to Moon Chariot from the rail. 5 or 6 to Nicolina P with Joyful Soul. Another 6 back to Speed Up. Top 2 have scampered well clear. 24 and 2 and 49 seconds. Tamaki the leader. Jason Liam still second. Now a length separates them. Tamaki's the leader. Jason Liam right back at her. 3 parts of a length back. The others have a ton of work to do. It's a 2-filly race at the quarter pole. Tamaki and Jason Liam. Tamaki has the advantage, and she's trying to get away from Jason Liam, who tries to stay close. Tamaki at the 3/16, the one to beat. Jason Liam has the second spot. Long ways back to Moon Chariot. Tamaki opens up before the final furlong. Now the margin's a little shy of 4 lengths, and she's on her way to the winner's circle. She just needs this final 16th, and it looks like she has it. Tamaki along the rail, well clear. Jason Liam, much the best for second. Distant third, Moon Chariot, and it's Nicolina P. to complete the superfecta. On Reed Memorial Stakes, $50,000 guaranteed, 6 furlongs, New York breds. 3-year-olds and up non-Lasix race. Couple of scratches, 4 and 6, Trilad and Bar 14. Monday co-feature. And there they go in the Leon Reed Memorial, and Jack and Bernie is at the back marker. So it's Little Matty Brown and Flying Emperor taking it to one another, and Jack and Bernie will try to show us a new dimension and win from off the pace. He is a little more than 3.5 from the 2 leaders. A break of 4 lengths to his stablemate Ladies Golden Guy, and Allure of Money is the last of the quintet, and he's about 11 lengths from the front. So it's Little Matty Brown and Flying Emperor. They mix it up with one another and they sizzle along through a 22-second opening quarter. And look at the trip for Jack and Bernie showing this new dimension. And here he comes with his beautiful stride. He's within 2 lengths at the 5/16. And Ladies Golden Guy has a little less than 6 to make up as Flying Emperor gets first run on Jack and Bernie. Flying Emperor softened up by Little Matty Brown. He has put away that rival. Here is Jack and Bernie very wide at the 3/16. And look at the split for Ladies Golden Guy. Jack and Bernie and Flying Emperor, and Ladies Golden Guy tries to crash the party up the inside. Flying Emperor, Jack and Bernie, here's Ladies Golden Guy along the inside, and Allure of Money is rolling in the 2-path, and here is Allure of Money. Allure of Money from the depths of nowhere to win the Leon Reed Memorial from Flying Emperor. Jack and 3 exacta, $56. 537 trifecta, $40.25. The 10-cent super 5372, $13.40. And there they go. Petrolo comes away in last. Mad Magic shows pace. Petrolo goes to the rail, forwardly positioned. Here's Chulligan now claiming the top spot. Chulligan, Mad Magic, the rail is there for Petrolo. Ollie Can Dance inside of stablemate Union Navy. Mobot second last. Big long shot dancing with Jake, the last of 7. Petrolo had a slow start. He has claimed the top spot. Midway through the clubhouse run, flanked by Mad Magic. Chulligan setting up shop in the clear, 3 deep, a little more than a length and a half from the lead. More than 3 lengths to Ollie Can Dance. 2 to his stablemate Union Navy, joined by Mobot up the inside. And it's 7 lengths to the trailer, Dancing with Jake. 24 3/5, Petrolo and Manny Franco on the lead. 3 parts of a length to Mad Magic. And Chulligan gets a nice stocking trip in the clear from 3rd. And he's making a move for 2nd. Union Navy gets a little closer into the 2-path, getting within 3, covering stablemate Ollie Can Dance. 3 lengths to Mobot, 6 lengths from the front. And it's 7 lengths to Dancing with Jake. They race to the 3/8, and Petrolo has skipped clear. Petrolo builds up better than 2. Chulligan is launching his charge. Mad Magic tries to re-rally. And here comes Union Navy trying to make a bid into 4th, covering Ollie Can Dance. Looks like the leader has plenty left. He'll be tough to handle. His name is Petrolo, and he has opened up better than 3 lengths to Mad Magic and Chulligan. Then Ollie Can Dance and Union Navy. Petrolo, the one to beat at the 3/16. Mad Magic still fighting for 2nd with Chulligan. Ollie Can Dance 4th along the inside. Petrolo has a good lead at the 8th pole. Mad Magic's running a big race. He still has a little bit of a look. He's not done yet. Mad Magic coming back after Petrolo. Petrolo's getting tired. Here's Mad Magic gradually getting to him. Where's the wire going to end up with? It ends up with Petrolo. Petrolo hangs on from a very... And race 4 is official. 2143, the double 5-2, $60.50. A 2-1 exacta, $11.85. And there they go. Pretty good start for all. Pop Coyer is showing pace. He's got the jack, expected speed. He is the quickest. There's War Smoke striding into the 2nd spot. He's got the jack in front of War Smoke. Predicted makes a move for 3rd inside of Tacony Road. Farther out, Mashindi. In between runners, Pop Coyer. My Cool Hand Luke is the last of 7. He's got the jack, and War Smoke turns up the intensity from his outside. They lead by 2 lengths to Predicted, flanked by Tacony Road. Mashindi has more than 5 to find in the run to the 3/8. A length to Pop Coyer. Nothing yet from My Cool Hand Luke. Still with the lead, he's got the jack. War Smoke is 2nd. Here's Tacony Road showing some promise to the outside. Predicted has to bide his time and wait for an opportunity. Looks like he has run. Where's he going to go? All dressed up in Sunday's best is Predicted. In the meantime, Tacony Road continues with his run to tackle War Smoke. He's got the jack, gives way grudgingly. Predicted yet to kick it in, still looking for somewhere to go. Pop Coyer and Mashindi with late threats. Tacony Road, War Smoke. Here's Pop Coyer late on the scene. Pop Coyer to tackle Tacony Road. Tacony Road and Pop Coyer. War Smoke's back to 3rd. Tacony Road and Pop Coyer. Tacony Road! Tacony Road from Pop Coyer. $80. 453 trifecta, $26.62. 10-cent super, 4537, $29.25. 524 pick. And there they go. Uncle Charlie's Gift hopped at the start, comes away in last. Under the knife with a swift start. Dr. Jerry is showing speed. Mo Trump's into the race, as is Believe in Josh. Here's Shorts in the Winter from the far outside, covering Basis Risk. And Uncle Charlie's Gift, he had that awkward start. He's the last of all, but he's relatively close. Little more than 3 lengths off the lead. Pretty compact group. Dr. Jerry under the knife. Mo Trump right there on top of the action, despite turning back in distance. Basis Risk from the rail. Believe in Josh is in the 4th spot. Here's Uncle Charlie's Gift trying to gather momentum and overcome the awkward beginning. He gets within 2.5. Shorts in the Winter's a little deep through the turn. Mo Trump under the knife. Dr. Jerry. Shorts in the Winter advances into 4th with the overland route. Uncle Charlie's Gift still in the battle. One from the outside. They bunch up near the lead. Mo Trump under the knife. Dr. Jerry holding his spot from the rail. Shorts in the Winter. In behind them, Uncle Charlie's Gift. What a scramble to the wire. Shorts in the Winter to tackle Mo Trump. Uncle Charlie's Gift continues with his run in the 2-path. Mo Trump has the lead. Uncle Charlie's Gift, the late thread up the inside. Mo Trump and Uncle Charlie's Gift. Mo Trump. Mo Trump from Uncle Charlie's Gift. Patricia Clark along with Topsmead LLC. And race 6 is official. 3681. It's a good double. 4-3, $117. 3-6 exact. And there they go. Choppa shows pace with Storm the Empire. Also there, here comes Eli with good speed from the inside. Here comes Eli and Storm the Empire. Right behind them races Al's Frosted. Gold Digger's Palace is 4th. Choppa's in the 5th spot. Uncle Kendrick from his outside. Big Elm to his inside. Gotta Connect second last, and the most experienced maiden Support the Cat is last of 9, and he's a good 14 or 15 from the pace. And it's Here Comes Eli with the lead at the 3/8, 3 lengths to Storm the Empire. Al's Frosted has the 3rd spot, now 6 lengths from the front. Another 2.5 for 3 back to Big Elm. Then Gold Digger's Palace. Boy, they're pretty strung out. Then go to Choppa. Following him, Uncle Kendrick, Support the Cat, and Gotta Connect. Here comes Storm the Empire, and Storm the Empire gets first over. Al's Frosted is quickening, and Big Elm has a little bit of a look to the outside. Al's Frosted to tackle Storm the Empire. Storm the Empire and Al's Frosted, and Big Elm is 3rd. From the outside comes Al's Frosted. Storm the Empire has some fight to his inside. Al's Frosted and Storm the Empire in a thriller. Al's Frosted, I believe, is a narrow winner of consolation version of the double 310, $15. You were reminded 10 Redemption Road was a late scratch. Favoritism was with 2. Here comes Eli. So substitutions are working through the 4th. And there they go in the New York Breeders' Futurity Stakes. Quick start for Holloway. Trust Fund is sent for speed, and here is Tall Paul from Between Runners, and he's going to prove to be quickest. It's Tall Paul from Trust Fund. Holloway's up close from 3rd. What You Talking About has the 4th spot, 4 lengths from Tall Paul. The Philly Unicorn Cake is a good 5 lengths off the lead. From the inside, Yo Banana Boy nowhere near the lead. Mischief Joke second last, 6 lengths to find, trying to advance. 22 2/5 for Tall Paul and Irad Ortiz, a length to Trust Fund, who has switched into the 2-path and making his move. And into 3rd, What You Talking About under Joel Rosario, launching a 3-wide charge, getting within a length. Mischief Joke has momentum, and he continues to close in, little more than 3 to find at the quarter pole. The other 3 have work to do. That's Yo Banana Boy, Holloway, and the Philly Unicorn Cake. Trust Fund has found the front. Trust Fund, Tall Paul still has something left. What You Talking About is right there. And to the far outside comes Mischief Joke. What You Talking About? And Trust Fund. What You Talking About's up to the front. What You Talking About? And Joel Rosario win the New York Breeders' Futurity Stakes, running away from Trust Fund. Mischief Joke 3rd, and our Monday feature, the season feature. The New York Breeders' Futurity Stakes is official. 7-1-4-2 top 4 finishers. The double 1-7, $32.40. The exact is 7. And there they go. Bad Connection from the far outside is quickly away, and Pretty Miss Keynes is eager to go with her. In the 3rd spot is Super Slide. Wine Trail to her outside. From the inside, Jackie Be Good, Sweet Sugar Baby, amongst them now striding into 3rd. Far outside, Subtle Giant, and Lady Mistress As the last of all, Pretty Miss Keen's taking it right to Bad Connection. Sweet Sugar Baby's third, and Jackie Be Good's in a nice spot. She's 2.5 for 3 off the lead, heading into the turn. 2 lengths to Super Slide with Subtle Giant. Wine Trail now off the pace. And to the back spot there is Lady Mistress. Bad Connection now puts her head in front of Pretty Miss Keen's. An ideal setup for Sweet Sugar Baby, and she is launching her charge. Looking for somebody from off the pace. Maybe Wine Trail in the 2-path picking up her stride. Pretty Miss Keen's right back at him. Sweet Sugar Baby had a good setup. Now she's falling apart just a bit. It's Pretty Miss Keen's with the lead. Chasing her home, Jackie Be Good. Subtle Giant to the far outside. Pretty Miss Keen's has gone clear at the 16th. Pretty Miss Keen's has the lead. Subtle Giant fighting for second. 3-5. Pretty Miss Keen's all aboard her in the nightcap. Subtle Giant. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Tuesday opener in about 43 minutes at 1:15. 8 races, sloppy racetrack, a one-day pick 6 carryover starting in race 3, better than $3,200. Let's get to the changes. In the opener, scratch both 1 and 2, Victory Built and Ghost Giant. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. 1 and 2, both out of our Tuesday opener, which will start the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will begin the early pick 3. Scratch 1, Stormy's in Style. Number 1, Stormy's in Style. Scratch from race 2. 6, Bustin' Roxy has an additional workout. 12th of October here at Finger Lakes. Fast track that morning. A half-mile move. 50.40 seconds breezing. No changes in the third. It does start the pick 6 once again. $3,216. A dollar pick 6. Old school, traditional style pick 6 here at Finger Lakes this season. Pick 5 will get underway in race 4. 6, Big Bad Bud has an additional workout. 12th of October, Finger Lakes, fast track, half mile, 50.20 seconds breezing. Late pick 4 begins in race 5. Couple of scratches out of the 5th. 1, Lover's Leap, and 5, War of Thrones. 1 and 5, Lover's Leap, War of Thrones, both scratched from the 5th. On to race 6, our late pick 3 gets underway. Start with the scratch, 7, Crunch, BBB. In race 6, scratch 7, Crunch, BBB. For Uncle Milty, is 4 pounds over. All right, once again, for Uncle Milty, 4 pounds over the weight. On to the 7th race, an additional workout, 7, Horn of Plenty, 14th of October, Belmont Trading Track. Fast that morning, half mile, 51.90 seconds breezing. And our Tuesday nightcap is clear of change. No changes in the nightcap. 8 races, sloppy racetrack. Have a great afternoon of racing. Up next, Dave Mattias.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattias. Big day yesterday. Obviously our biggest race of the year, the New York Breeders' Futurity for the 2-year-olds. And we had who's who in horse racing here. We had both Ortiz brothers, Irad and Jose Ortiz to ride. It was Manny Franco, Katie Davis, and then it was Joel Rosario. Actually, it was Joel Rosario's first ever ride at Finger Lakes, and he was victorious. Congratulations to the connections of what you're talking about. who won the New York Breeders' Futurity. Wesley Ward, winning trainer. Joel Rosario, the rider. Ice Wine Stables. What a good-looking victory that one was as well. So he took the Futurity. The Leon Reed Memorial Stakes we also ran yesterday on the undercard. And that was actually the New York Derby winner, Allure of Money. The horse seems to be getting better. But on the cutback in distance, got a little bit of a pace up front and came just flying late. Man, the horse looked good winning on the off track. That's Mike Ferraro and Louis Perez. Now, a multiple stakes winner this year is Allure of Money. That 3-year-old won the New York Derby. Now took the sprint. That's Happy Face Racing Stable. What a year they're having here at Finger Lakes as well. Congratulations to them. It's Allure of Money making his bid for Horse of the Year. Got a few good ones, including Fiery Heart, who's been winning a lot of races. But that one is now a multiple stakes winner. Good going long or short. Well, racetrack played a part in a lot of the races yesterday. How it played, not good. Inside speed, not very good at all. Of course, the last race, the horse was so much the best, one on the inside. And one of the two of the route races, they did all right. But the sprint races in general seem to be outside. Now, we're getting all this rain. Maybe we can get the track to dry out a little bit. We are right now starting with a wet track, a sloppy racetrack. Again, we'll see how that plays out here in this 8-race card. Now, we're down to 4 betting interests in the first, so no trifecta, no superfecta, and no show wagering. We scratched the 1 Victory Belt, big scratch because that's the inside speed, and of course the 2 Ghost Giant figured to be a heavy favorite in race number 1 as well, despite being 7-2. But it makes it interesting. You look at the card today, I thought even with the 4 betting interests, you look at the entire card, this is probably the most competitive, even though you got a 4-horse field. You can make a case for all 4 of them. I mean, Bowing Snowman takes the blinkers off, could be the inside speed, doesn't mind an off track. Special Story, put it together last time, got a win. Smokin' Alone, despite the record, actually likes an off track, comes off a good number. And Macho Maya running pretty well off a second place finish. Now, I guess I'm just using simple logic here where they're all coming up in class while Macho Maya stays at the same level. So it's almost like a drop in class for Macho Maya without deciding to drop in class for Macho Maya. My only concern here for Macho Maya is the amount of second place finishes that this horse has gotten, especially the last couple of years. Does he still want to win? He's got the numbers to win. Obviously, he's got a class edge while they're coming up in class. He just stays. So he stays at the 11-9. You look at the rest of them. Special Story ran for 5,000, 1 for 5. Smokin' Alone, 1 for 5 over Special Story. Bowing Snowman, basically a 5,000 claimer that ran in a starter last time, but it's been running 5,000 for the last couple of years. So, even Macho Maya was running for 5 last year, but right now is the true legit 11-9 horse and doesn't mind an off track. So that's where I'm going to go. The pace scenario is interesting because it does look like Bowing Snowman could be the inside speed. He's not that much faster than Smokin' Alone and even possibly Special Story if that one opts to be aggressive. So if the pace does get away from Macho Maya, that might be another downside. But he likes this distance. 5.5 is Macho Maya's distance. I think he'll win just on a little bit of a class edge on his 3 other rivals. Now, I did use Bowing Snowman for second. Everybody knows how much I love this horse. Interesting equipment change. See if that has an impact on how he does today. Last race he was overmatched. That was a tough field in the starter and, didn't run all that badly. I know he ran last of the field of 5, but it's not like he got beat that bad by Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart would be 1-5 against this field. So it's not as bad as it looks. The race before was a nice finish where he controlled the pace, and he can be tough. He's like, all of a sudden, Bowing Snowman woke up 4 starts back. I'm going back in August when he won, and he looks like a different horse since then. He put together another win. The only time he lost was against much tougher. He was overmatched in an allowance race against Guaralo and Tra Lad. What would Tra Lad to do this field? And the same thing with Fiery Heart. what would Fiery Heart do to this field? So the 2 losses he's had in the last 4 starts have simply been against much tougher overmatched. So I give Bowling Snowman a shot here with the blinkers off. But you can't take anything away from Special Story coming off a win. And Smokin' Alone had a big number when he won his last race. And again, his record is deceiving because his numbers aren't bad on the off track. It was just a matter of the competition and the form he was in when he was on the off track. And you go, I mean, you look at Finger Lakes with off track. People just look at off track records. Oh, this horse loves the off track. This horse hates the off track. And that's the worst thing you can do as a horse racing player. You got to break it down a little more than that. And you can see by yesterday, it wasn't so much the off track. Also, the other variable in, plus the competition, is how that track was playing. Sometimes you get those inside speed off tracks, and sometimes you get the heavy on the inside off tracks like you had yesterday as well. Got to put that all in your notes. If you're playing seriously, you need to. Second race, an 11-9 claimer going 6 furlongs. Scratch to 1, Stormy's in Style. Now, Bustin' Roxy looked like the speed anyway, but that makes it even easier, I would think, for her to clear because Stormy's in Style. I mean, she's not as fast as Bustin' Roxy, even close, but it might have made it a little more difficult to clear. Not sure how aggressive Maddie Surprise is going to be. That's the only one with speed, and she's not even close to as fast as Bustin' Roxy either. The next one closest would be She's an Arctic Queen, but that's the stablemate of Bustin' Roxy. I wouldn't expect She's an Arctic Queen to try to get out there with Bustin' Roxy. So from a pace standpoint, I know inside speed was bad yesterday, but she's outside, and it does look like she has a chance to control the pace. Now, is she going the wrong way? The form's gone bad the last 2 races. I'm going to take a shot that it hasn't. She does have to go a little further, 6 furlongs. She's by Bustin' Stones. Shouldn't mind an off track. And again, seems to have a big tactical edge on these rivals in race number 2 because Bustin' Roxy does seem to be the main speed of the race. Originally, like Devilly, dropping in class from the allowance level because the horse has had excuses her last couple starts. Got caught behind horses last time, or 2 races back in September when she was trying to rally. She had the traffic problems and was blocked. And then last race, she was compromised by the start. And when you're a deep closer, there's a lot of deep closers, they can overcome it if they still get the pace. But when you're losing that kind of lengths and you're slow into stride, especially in the sprint races going 5.5, it really does compromise your chances. Well, the pace might compromise her chances today, as she does get 6 furlongs, but it all depends on if they back up to her. I use her second, though, just on class. I mean, again, she had excuses against allowance horses. She figures to run well against the claimers. I'll use She's an Arctic Queen for third. She could just follow the leader, in this sense, follow the stablemate and hit the board. And that's kind of what she's done. She seemed to be a little more aggressive as a maiden, but since then, when she's faced winners, and it seems to work for her as far as being competitive and hitting the board, she's sitting off a little bit, and learning to rate has probably helped She's an Arctic Queen at least be competitive, and this is the right level for her. And according to her breeding, she doesn't mind an off track. And yeah, her only career win was on a sloppy race, or on a good racetrack anyway. Big difference between good and sloppy, though. 6-2-4 in race number 2. See if I can get close to that 5-1 morning line on Bustin' Roxy. All right, third race starts a $1 pick 6, small carryover in the pick 6, a little over $3,000. Not sure if Pot of Gold is going to use the same tactics. You kind of hope not if the track's like yesterday, but the last race is good enough to beat this field. I mean, it's same condition, an allowance race, but the number's good. The pace wasn't slow at all, and that's the big thing with the last race for Pot of Gold. Even though he had a clear lead and he's trying to send out there loose, he's going some fast fractions for the day. And to hang on to be second, that's still a good effort for Pot of Gold. I mean, that's quick for Finger Lakes, even if it's an allowance race. His previous run against main special weights, he sat a little bit. I mean, not much. He's a length off of it. And you would expect him to be up close throughout in here. There isn't a lot of speed. Again, you really don't want to be the inside speed. It does look like Stop the Spread has some speed inside him, but it all depends a little bit on the trip here for Pot of Gold. But I do think he's a little bit better than most of these. And the main threat is the 3 Tis Lucky. I thought it was these two. And it depends on who gets the trip here. And I thought Pot of Gold a little bit better based on the fact he ran a better race than Tis Lucky in their last start. And that's still better than the rest of the field, the two horses that ran in that good race won by Street Cop Officer. And then that race was a pretty solid race for that level. Now, Tis Lucky, always liked this horse. Won against the track to break his maiden. Then kind of got overmatched a couple races in a row. And I think that may have been started a downslide for Tis Lucky. Tried the Presque Isle surface, didn't fare too well, and then was overmatched in the New York Derby. Came back against allowance horses and, had no excuse in the race against Crypto Causeway. They were the only two horses that got good trips in that race. But it's not like he's getting that badly beat the last two either. And he seems to be better than the rest of them. And you wouldn't think that he would mind the off track. So I thought it was between the 2 and 3, leaning towards the 2 off of the last race. Just simple logic there. Stop the Spread, comes back to Finger Lakes, hits the dirt. Won on a sloppy track as a 2-year-old. Obviously, the number wasn't near good enough to beat this field as a 2-year-old. But he did win as a young horse on an off track. Now, a couple of those races are off the turf, and I'm not so sure this horse loves an off track either. But he fits. And after you get past Pot of Gold and Tis Lucky, really hard to like anybody else on the win end. So maybe Stop the Spread could be the only one with a little bit of an upset chance in this race. The 5 Old Point, only win is on an off track. That's the one thing to say about Old Point, but it was a good racetrack, and let's face it, he was supposed to win. Horse was something like 1-5 in that race, so you kind of take that as a grain of salt. When they win on an off track, when they were 1-5, I guess they were expected to win. And if I remember the race, he probably would have beat that field on any racetrack, whether he liked it or not. But Old Point's got some back races that would be competitive here. I'm going to go the 2, 3, 1, and 5. Okay, 4th race starts the pick 5. It is a bottom claimer going a distance of 6 furlongs. And this one does have a question mark. I mean, Florida Endeavor's last summer races are good enough to easily beat this field. That doesn't mean he's going to run that race. You got to think that he needed that race in July. Takes another break to avoid a bounce. Not that he ran anything in that race. I mean, there's a concern. There's a lot of question marks because he didn't run that well first time out in 2023. Now, if your expectations is that he runs better, you got to like him today. And the other thing is he does have a good off-track record because he is good on an off-track. He's got nice off-track breeding. The numbers are good. The 2 wins and the 4 starts that he did run on the off-track. Yeah, he didn't fire at all, though, off of the layoff, and that is a concern. So if he fires his race, he's going to beat these, and you got to think he's going to get a trip as long as he stays off the rail. Son of Darkness and Brock Moninoff figured to be the 2 speeds. They both have speed. They both want the front. Those 2 are going to be out there. Florida Endeavor, with those 2 being from the 1 and 3 posts, from the 2 posts, he's going to have some options, and he might even be able to get off the rail a little bit and sit right behind those 2. Going to be in a perfect position. Whether he runs his race or not, that's going to be the question for Florida Endeavor. Sneeds is a good one. Yeah, now, I was actually surprised about how well his stable. I mean, his stablemate was bet down. They both were bet down, and they ran 1-2, dominating that 5,000 race last time. Hates Enrico Palazzo did take advantage of the pace. There wasn't much speed in there. Shot out to the front. Sneeds did a nice job of following the leader. They controlled the pace. They controlled the race and ran very well for the Murph. Now, goes 6 furlongs today. This is a horse that's been running primarily long against better horses throughout his career. He's okay on an off track, but you got to kind of like the turn back last time, the sprint race that he ran. Even though, yes, he got a nice trip just following the leader in a race that ended up not having much pace and kind of a weak race overall. But off of the last effort, he's still a top 3 threat. And from the outside, if the track's like yesterday, he could have a nice stocky trip out there behind Son of Darkness and Rachmaninoff and hit the board. Of the 2 speeds, they're about even. I mean, Son of Darkness got burned up in the pace last time for 5,000. Rachmaninoff set the way and got passed last time, but he went pretty quick for 6 furlongs too. I would think with the track favoring outside more than inside lately that maybe Rachmaninoff could have the advantage of Son of Darkness as far as the pace scenario goes. But if one or the two get alone on the lead here, either one could be very dangerous in this race. Not a lot of other speed in here. I mean, Dean Verdile won't be that far off. This old timer doesn't have the speed he used to. Remember back in his day, he didn't mind an off track. Sometimes that changes as they get older. They don't like it as much as they used to. I guess as we all get older, we don't like the rain and stuff as much. But Dean Verdile can get in the number here. And, man, this horse just a lot of wins. Ever since dropping a 5, he's still competitive despite being 11 years old. 2-8-3-4 in race number 4. Not impossible on the win end either, is Dean Verdile. War of Thrones is scratched out of the 5th, and so is Lover's Leap. So 1 and 5 out. And the way I saw the race is, originally I looked at it, I like Stone Guitar because he does look like the main speed of the race. The problem is 6 furlongs. And the other issue is Sam A steps up on an off track more than Stone Guitar does. So that's the race to me. Can Stone Guitar hold off Sam A, or vice versa? Could Sam A go by Stone Guitar despite Stone Guitar controlling the early pace? Sometimes it does look that simple, and that's the way it is. Harrison Nose doesn't have the speed he used to have. Night Escort and Blue City aren't as quick as Stone Guitar either. He's able to control the pace. Sam A's got better numbers overall than Stone Guitar. And again, Stone Guitar is generally a 5.5 furlong or shorter horse. He does have a win going 3/4, and he does have a big chance here because he can control the pace going 3/4. But Sam A won't be that far behind. And I think the other difference maker in this race is the off track that Sam A can wear down Stone Guitar. But I got it between those two. Stone Guitar with the tactical edge, Sam A just facing better competition and the off-track edge. So I'm going to go with the 7 and the 6 as my top 2 here in the 5th. The 2-horse Night Escort will try taking the blinkers off. See how that helps. Recent races aren't horrible. He's not really getting there, though, in races that he should be a little bit closer. He was a beaten favorite against Bowling Snowman a couple races back. Ran decently behind Nutsy. Of course, that one's turned out to be a pretty good one. I know it was a short field. He was able to control the pace. He had everything his own way in a race that didn't have any speed, and Nutsy still rolled by. But guess what? Nutsy's good right now. He did that the other day when there wasn't much speed in the race, circled the field and won. So makes Night Escort race look not that bad. At least his recent races aren't that bad, that he's got to be considered in here, at least as a trifecta kind. Maybe he could split up the other two if Stone Guitar gets tired or Sam A hangs a little bit. But from a pace standpoint, Stone Guitar in the lead, Sam A trying to close, Night Escort could be the other one. Blues now looking for a long shot for 4th. Well, who do you got left? Harrison Nose, not the same horse he used to be. Quad Party's running well against these conditions, still eligible for the 4 lifetime, but he's been running against tougher, similar condition and right there, but he doesn't really show much on and off track. Blue City does. One of the things about Blue City is some of his better numbers in the past have been on off tracks. That might sneak him into the Tri or Super at a big price. 7-6-2-3 in the 5th. Again, that race starts the pick 4. We're back to normal with the pick 5, with it starting in the 4th. Pick 6 always in the 3rd. That's the $1 pick 6, kind of like New York's. Scratch the 7, Crunch, BBB, out of race number 6. Yeah, North Coast has a lot of seconds and thirds, but it's not like he's been running at 5,000 a lot. Took him a little while to break his maiden. Then he's been facing winners at the right level, the 11 and 9, but then didn't fare too well against the 3 Lifetimes. That was in a race on September 4th. Turned out to be a pretty good race. I mean, the top 2 finishers came back to win, but he didn't lift a hoof. Woke up a little bit on the drop to 5, but that was a pretty weak $5,000 field. I mean, Cousin Greg's an underneath horse, and he ended up winning the race. So there's a lot of negatives looking at the recent form of North Coast, but then you look at the competition today, and you also look at the pace scenario. He likes this distance, obviously. Both career wins have come going this distance of 6 furlongs. There isn't a lot of pace. So, again, we'll see how the track plays today, if it's like yesterday or not. But overall, this race came up paces. Uncle Vic has not shown the speed he did when he was in the Deborah Breed barn. So he doesn't have the speed anymore. Uncle Milty rates, March Madness party's a router. Legendary Bid is the only one that's got some speed. He's far out there. I thought North Coast might be able to control the pace in here. It all depends, again, how the track plays. But from a tactical edge and just on a horse that's in good form, I mean, everything points towards North Coast. Uncle Vic's the main threat. This horse went off 44-1, ran third, came back, and he was bet down. He was the favorite for up until the last click, I think, in that race last time. And guess what? He responded to the people supporting him with a good second-place finish. Obviously, it was a much easier race than his prior race. And Uncle Vic did win on an off track, but he also was lone speed at the time, going 4.5 furlongs. Off of his last race, he obviously plays here. I'm a little concerned about 6 furlongs, but with a lack of pace, he could sit close to North Coast with an outside stocky trip, relax a little bit, and then that distance doesn't come into play as much. Angelic Mission, obvious horse, dropped to 5 last time and won. Moves to the 3 Lifetime, would be no surprise. And then I'll throw in the 6, the Jig Is Up. He's kind of against it from a pace standpoint, but he could pass some of the tiring horses. And if a pace does develop, or if the track gets a little tiring, he can move forward from that race going an extra half furlong. And he ran a good race. I mean, he really didn't get a pace last time either. I mean, Cody's Express was kind of the main speed with Uncle Vic kind of sitting just off. They ran 1-2. There's no pace. The problem is this looks like the exact same type of pace scenario in the 6th race. Looks like North Coast could play the role of Cody's Express as the main speed. Uncle Vic play his role as a horse that stays close, and the Jig Is Up is the same situation. Only difference is it's an extra half furlong, and maybe he can overcome it. Some reason to like the Jig Is Up second trip over the track. 2-5-1-6 in the 6th. 7th race is an optional claimer allowance. The 2 state bred condition is the allowance condition. There is one horse in for the tag. That's Tommy the Torch in for the 10,000. Yeah, Trial Lad has done little wrong since coming here to Finger Lakes. Even scratched out of the Leon Reed Memorial the other day. I think he probably would have ran well in there. But you look at, he's been no worse than second in any of his Finger Lakes starts this year. And the 2 second-place finishes the horse had, he had excuses in anyway. I mean, Waralo got the jump on him and got the better trip, plus it was a shorter distance of 5.5. That's the only reason that Waralo beat him. And then when the Victorious Wave horse beat him, it was because he bothered him in the stretch. Probably could have made the case that the Trial Lad should have been put up. So you got, and those are the only 2 second-place finishes that Trial Lad has had. Other than that, he's won. Now, the one downside to Trial Lad would be his last start. With his recent form, you would have expected Trial Lad to beat that 1 state-bred field a lot easier than what he did. I mean, you can't fault the horse. He still got it done. He won the race. Maybe Golden Arm just ran a big race, but he's supposed to win that race pretty handily by 3 or 4 lengths. You would have thought. He still won. I mean, a win's a win, but I guess that would be the only, chink in the armor, you could say, for Trial Lad. Well, moves to the 2 state. I mean, Waralo's not in there. That was not a good 1 state-bred field that he beat that last race. He was supposed to win and win by a lot. Um, the two state bred a little tougher today. You do have some horses that have some nice form and some class, but I think this horse is a little better than these rivals, but he's going to have to run better than what he did when he won the one state bred. An interesting horse at 5-1 is the 3 Breaking Stones. Here's a horse that's getting second and third a lot, but he's also running well. Maybe he doesn't want to win. He did look like he was looking for competition last time, but the horse that beat him was a good horse. So he's battling some nice horses. The pace beat him when Forward Motion controlled the pace. The pace beat him when Little Matty Brown controlled the pace the race before. The pace beat him when Writer's Regret won. So, it's kind of one of those things where, is it him that he doesn't want to pass that last horse, or is he just not getting that right kind of trip to get him up to get the win? Either way, he's running well against good horses. It's hard for me not to use him in the top 3, especially when he's 5-1 morning line. Horn of Plenty looked good earlier this year, winning the 1 state bred and then running well in the 2 state bred. My only concern with Horn of Plenty, where I might have used him first or second in here, is his record on the off track. Not just his record, he just hasn't really fired on the off track in the past. Granted, it's been against tough competition, but, and that's the thing, when you look at that off track record, you look at the off track, sometimes on a good racetrack, you say, well, from an outside post, if that's been the trend, he could still run well. Well, on a sloppy track, if it's still sloppy by the 7th, you got to kind of be concerned how this horse handles the off. Still good enough to beat these horses if he runs his race. The Institute draws inside, not his best distance, 6 furlongs. Another one hard to not use in the Tri-and Super. Last race, a 5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, pretty competitive race here. I can give the slight edge to a horse coming off a maiden victory. I mean, it's not the strongest of maiden races, the 12-5 that PJ's rider's coming out of, but she does move into a 2 lifetime coming here to Finger Lakes for the first time, and shouldn't mind an off track either. And keep in mind, yeah, she dropped to 10,000 and 12.5 the last 2 races to break her maiden, but she ran against special weights before that at Colonial and was running against some good horses at Pimlico. This should be an easier spot for PJ's rider. You got to think that she's got an edge on this field. Midnight Mindset, more of an underneath type. Does she want to win? I guess the answer is no, but eventually she's going to get the right kind of race where she does. I mean, she did break her maiden 3 starts ago against a field that she had to beat. I don't think this is a field that she has to beat, but I think it's a field that she should hit the board against. And the big thing is, Jeremiah Flores opts to ride this one over Kitty Tintin, who plays strongly off of his last race. So I like the Paul Barrow trainees, 2nd and 3rd. Goodbye Kyle, I expect to improve with the race over the track. I don't like the distance, though, for Goodbye Kyle, or I would use this horse. If it was 6 furlongs or further, and it seems like the distance was a little short for her last time off of the bad break. So she'll have to break better at 5.5, but maybe she can make it into the Super. So 5, 6, 4, 1 in the last race for me today. Enjoy today's card. Again, another wet racetrack. I think it's supposed to clear up the next couple of days. Supposed to be some nice days coming up this week. But sloppy racetrack today. 8 races on the card. We continue Monday through Wednesday racing. So our next live racing day, of course, will be tomorrow with that 1:15 first post. I'll see you then.
Yeah, bugler Christy Atwood has the horses coming onto the track for the Tuesday opener. 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of a race since April 17th. They're now winners of 4 races. Claimers 11-9, lose the 1 and the 2. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. A field of 4, sloppy racetrack. Race 1 starts the early double, the early pick 4. Let's meet the field. 3 is Bowing Snowman, the current favorite, 8-5, Jeremias Flores. 4 is Special Story, Nazario Alvarado. 5, Smoking Alone, Rafael Rojina Jr. And 6 is Macho Maya, Jose Baez. That's the quartet. The Tuesday opener in about 3 minutes. Tuesday card getting underway in a little more than 3 minutes. 8 races, sloppy racetrack. Hello, everyone. I'm your track announcer, Tony Kalo, up here in the booth. Let's talk about this Tuesday opener. Let's talk really quickly about yesterday's big race, the New York Breeders' Futurity, won by What You Talking About. Talked with a friend of mine that knows one of the owners, part of the Ice Wine stable, and Wesley Ward told them that What You Talking About earned the highest 2-year-old Equibase speed figure yesterday. Pretty cool, 97. I looked it up on the Equibase app. How about that, huh, fans? A 2-year-old that raced at Finger Lakes right now has recorded the highest Equibase speed figure so far in 2023 for all 2-year-olds. What You Talking About? A powerful and impressive winner of yesterday's New York Breeders' Futurity. Future plans possibly headed to Kentucky in November at Churchill Downs. Pretty cool to see a Finger Lakes horse yesterday, horse racing at Finger Lakes, with some pretty lofty goals for his future. What you talking about? All right, fans, that's some interesting tidbits from yesterday's program. How about the quartet here in our Tuesday opener? Top pick will be 6, Macho Maya. Actually, it's the 4, Special Story. My bad. Gone with Special Story as my top selection. Hopefully, you can get a nice trip. Maybe Bowing Snowman and Smoking Alone can set it up nicely for the 11-year-old. He's had quite a career. We've talked about he's on the brink of making over $300,000 in earnings. He's just as good on a wet racetrack as he is on a fast racetrack. He's been a nice horse throughout his career. Should get a good tracking trip. And at 5-2, I'll take my chances with Special Story as the top pick. 6, Macho Maya. I think he is probably the one to beat, especially if it would have been on a fast racetrack. 7 for 31 on dirt fast. Only 1 for 14 on wet racetracks. Does have a lofty Tomlinson, and he does have 6 second-place finishes. So it's not like he's totally against a wet racetrack. He just has not been able to crack the winner's circle as frequently compared to those fast-track appearances. You know, there is speed. Obviously, Special Story can be part of the mix. Bowing Snowman, Smoking Alone. Maybe Macho Maya sits a nice trip at the back of the pack and comes with a big, strong run. He is logical. 3, Bowing Snowman. He is currently the second choice with Special Story, both 2-1. You know, I've been asking for the blinkers off all season for Bowing Snowman. We're finally going to get that. We'll see how that pays off. He's a horse that has ability. He is a big, good-looking individual, and perhaps today could be his day. With this quartet, he should be forwardly positioned. Blinkers off, Bowing Snowman, and then you get Smoking Alone. I'll tell you what. If you've been backing Smoking Alone of late, especially most recently, you were rewarded a nice 16 plus to 1. He's not a bad horse, fans. He is 1 for 10 on wet racetracks. Seems a little better on a fast racetrack. And I think of the 4, he's probably up against it the most. But I'll tell you what, whenever I underestimate this individual, and even this barn, they come through with big numbers. Check out the season for Mike Sabine. He didn't get a good clip, 26%. He's doing it pretty quietly. Got to give him a lot of credit. 8 for 31 with 3 seconds and 2/3. Pretty interesting field of 4 here in our Tuesday opener. It starts the early double and the early pick 4. Best of luck. Less than 1 minute until the Tuesday opener. It's post time for the Tuesday opener. Macho Maya, 6-5. Bowing Snowman special story, both 2-1. Smoking Alone with the long shot status at 9-2. Bowing Snowman blinkers off this afternoon, the first of 4 into the gate. Here's the 11-year-old special story. Here's Smoking Alone looking for 2 in a row. And then the favorite, Macho Maya, 7-5. Bowing Snowman, 9-5. And special story at 5-2. And here is the Macho Man to the outside. Macho Maya. Ready for the Tuesday opener. And there they go. Smoking Alone wins the start. Bowing Snowman showing speed from the inside. Macho Maya's up close along with special story. 2.5 for 3 covers the quartet. Bowing Snowman, speed, blinkers off. He has the lead. Smoking Alone's up close covering special story, and Macho Maya's relatively in range. He's about 3 lengths from the front. So it is on the front end, Bowing Snowman. Here comes the 11-year-old special story with his blitz into the scene at the 3/8. And Smoking Alone's back to third, and Macho Maya now 4 from the front. Bowing Snowman, special stories right alongside. Break of better than 3. Macho Maya's gathering momentum. Smoking Alone's back in 4th. Bowing Snowman still with something left. He's fighting on. Special story not pushing on by just yet. Macho Maya gets a little closer. Where's he going to go? Looks like he's going to dive to the rail. On the lead, Bowing Snowman. Special story to the outside. Macho Maya up the rail. Here comes Macho Maya along the inside. Macho Maya. Oh, yeah. Macho Maya from Bowing Snowman, then special story and Smoking Alone. Just a field of 4, some nice salty veterans giving us a good show, a good start to the Tuesday card. Blinkers off Bowing Snowman. He had a lot more fight to him this afternoon, repelling the bid of special story, but here comes Macho Maya with that rail rally under Jose Baez. Photo will determine the winner. 1 minute 6 and 67/100ths the final time. Six, Macho Maya first. Second place, 3, Bowing Snowman. Third place, number 4, Special Story. Fourth place, 5, Smoking Alone. Make sure to hold all tickets. Oh, yeah. Macho Maya's in the winner's circle. Ninth career victory, 9-year-old Bay Gelding by Macho Uno out of the dam I Know You Know. Owned by Ashley Lilly, winning trainer Dana Saul, winning jockey Jose Baez. Winner was bred in New York by Jeff Kerber. And the opener is official. That's 6-3 exact to $14.80. Second race, scratch 1, Stormy's in Style. 1 Stormy's in Style out of race 2. 6 Bustin' Roxy, an additional workout, 12th of October, Finger Lakes Fast Track, half-mile move, 50.40 seconds, breezing. Second race starts the early, pick 3 in about 22 minutes at 1:44.
Okay, second race on the card, and a good finish to the first between the two main contenders. Bowing Snowman, the main speed, and Macho Maya still able to close and get the win. Jose Baez for trainer Dana Saul, and I guess the big positive about that race is saw a horse win up the inside in race number 1, so that might be good to see that we may have a fair racetrack today on this off track. Second race at 11-9 claimer, going a distance of 6 furlongs. We do scratch the 1, Stormies in Style. Well, from a tactical standpoint, it does look like the 6, Busted Roxy, can control the pace in this race. Got a good price on this horse at odds of 9-2 as the main speed. Just a question of, does she still have enough in the tank on the drop in class to still beat these? Her last couple races aren't as good, but they are against tougher horses. That Little Miss Sunshine race that she ran in July, Little Miss Sunshine is one of the top 3-year-old fillies on the grounds. And then her next race was a pretty good race as well. Now, she's off a little bit of a layoff since that August race. But again, from a pace standpoint, she's the one that can control the pace here. And it's just a question, is she good enough? And at least she's down a level that she may just be. And she's a little bit of a price. She's 5-1 morning line. She's right now at odds of 9-2. The 2 horse is Devilly, who might be up against it from a pace standpoint. She's a late runner, but she's had excuses her last 2 races against allowance horses. She had traffic problems, ended up settling for 4th when she got caught behind horses in a race on September 12th. And then last race, she was compromised by the start. And that was a tough field that she was up against as well. Now, yeah, from a pace standpoint, she's good enough to win here, dropping in class. It's just a matter of does she have enough pace to close on, because there doesn't seem to be much for any early speed with the exception of Bustin' Roxy, but if she may quit on her own, we'll see. The 4 horse is She's an Arctic Queen. She's the other one that has some tactical speed in here. Maddie Surprise not quick enough. She's an Arctic Queen is, but she's the stablemate of Bustin' Roxy, so you wouldn't expect her to be out there, but she may try to follow the leader and be in that second line with Maddie Surprise and land a share. She finished behind Maddie Surprise in that last race, going the same distance. Little different pace scenario today where she could just sit right off of her stablemate and they could control the pace, and she can hit the board. And Matthew Frau has been good at that over the years. Exacta Try, Super Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. We scratch the 1, Stormies in Style.
Fillies and Mares race 2, 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races. Claimers 11-9, lose the 1, Stormies in Style. 6 Bustin' Roxy, an additional workout, 12th of October, Finger Lakes Fast Track half mile, 50.40 seconds breezing. This is the first leg of the early pick 3, post time in a little more than 4 minutes. There's the field, beginning with the 2, Devilly and Kevin Navarro. 3 is Maddie Surprise, the lone mare, 9-5, Carlos Barbosa. 4, She's an Arctic Queen, 2-1, Louis Perez. 5 is Jessica's Race, Jeremias Flores. And 6 is Bustin' Roxy with Kay Bracoa, stablemate to the 4, She's an Arctic Queen. 4 fillies, 1 mare, a quintet, race 2 in about 3 minutes. Second race, fillies and mares. We have a field of 5. I'll tell you what, fans, losing the 1 Stormies in Style is a big-time pace advantage edge to the 6 Bustin' Roxy. I wrote down my selections in the racing form before the scratches arrived here in the booth and kind of forgot about this important scratch of the 1 Stormies in Style. Looking at the past performances of all these fillies and mares, the pace is with 6 Bustin' Roxy. The only one that appears to show any other speed is her stablemate, number 4, She's an Arctic Queen. I don't think she's as fast as Bustin' Roxy. Big time outside pace advantage edge with 6 Bustin' Roxy. But as I mentioned, wrote down the numbers before I left the home. 3-2-6 is where I landed, so let's just stick with it and talk about them. 3, Maddie Surprise is the alone mare. I do like that angle. She is a 5-year-old mare in against some 3-year-old fillies. There are 3 3-year-old fillies to the outside and the 4-year-old filly along the inside, Devilly. So Maddie Surprise, a little bit more mature, maybe bigger and stronger than some of her rivals. Liked her race for 11,000 two-back. Obviously was banking on the 1 and the 6, really setting it up nicely for Maddie. Still going to stick with her, my top selection. But she's going to need a little help. She's going to need Bustin' Roxy to come back. The question is, who can apply pace pressure to Bustin' Roxy? And as I mentioned, it looks like her stablemate is the only one. And it's hard to imagine both of the Ferraro fillies dueling one another into the ground. But you never know. You never know how this pace will develop. 2, Devilly is one that is hoping for some pace. She's dropping in for 11. Both of her races, 2 and 3 back, make her a contender. And we'll see. We'll see if we can get some pace up front for both the 3 and the 2 to chase. If not, the 6 Bustin' Roxy is the one with the big edge, no question about it. She blazed along last time on the 8th of August, 22 seconds, way, way too quick. Look at her maiden special weight victory, 22 and 3 and 46 and 4. Kay Bracoa rationed her energy beautifully that afternoon. A repeat trip like that on the 26th of June lands 6 Bustin' Roxy into the winner's circle. Race 2 begins the early pick 3. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the second race. 4 fillies, 1 mare. Maddie Surprise, the alone mare, vying for favoritism with 4. She's an Arctic Queen. They're both 2-1. 3, Maddie Surprise, the current favorite. Pretty wide open affair. Both 2 and 6 are 3-1. 5, Jessica's Race is the long shot, 6-1 on the board. Ready to begin the loading process for the quintet. Race 2 beginning the early pick 3. Devilee's in. Here's the lone mare, Maddie Surprise. She's an Arctic Queen, stablemate to Bustin' Roxy, 4 and 6 conditioned by Anthony Ferraro. Jessica's Race, second last to load, and then Bustin' Roxy to the outside. Ready for action. And there they go. And there goes Bustin' Roxy as expected, showing good speed from the far outside, and she has the lead to herself. She's an Arctic Queen, makes a move for second, currently held by Devilee. Here's Jessica's Race from the far outside, and Maddie Surprise is at the back. So the race lacked pace on paper, and it is Bustin' Roxy. Her stablemate comes a little closer. Caber Coe has slowed down this opening quarter for Bustin' Roxy. Almost a length. She's an Arctic Queen second. Jessica's Race up close, 3 deep. From the inside is Devilee now trying to make a bid into the second position. And the lone mare, Maddie Surprise, way at the back. 23-1, big time advantage for Bustin' Roxy. Not a lot of excuses this afternoon, a length and a tail. She's an Arctic Queen, Devilee second and third, then Jessica's Race. And here's Maddie Surprise trying to begin a wide move. She is at the mercy of this soft flow, which favors Bustin' Roxy. Bustin' Roxy at the 3/16, Devilee along the rail. Maddie Surprise continues to close in, and despite the soft pace, she's within a length at the 8th pole, and she has momentum. Here comes Maddie Surprise, the lone mare from last to first. Bustin' Roxy is trying to stay on, but it is Maddie Surprise going away at the wire. Bustin' Roxy second, third, fourth, and fifth involved. She's an Arctic Queen, Jessica's Race, and Devilee. That's a big run from Maddie Surprise. Not a favorable flow for her. 23-1, 47-2. Much favorable for Bustin' Roxy. And despite the tempo, Maddie Surprise comes from last to first. The lone mare. It's a good angle. She's the unofficial winner. 6, Bustin' Roxy had it all her own way. Second best this afternoon. Got tight for third and fourth. Make sure to hold all tickets. Third place 4, She's an Arctic Queen. Fourth place of 5, Jessica's Race. Maddie Surprise making her way into the winner's circle. A 5-year-old, a chestnut mare by Giant Surprise out of the dam. Stupor, owned by Frederick McNeary Sr. Winning a trainer is Rachel Sells. Winning a jockey is Carlos Barbosa. New York bred by Donnelly Salmons along with Maggie McBroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a trainer's objection. Ralph D'Alessandro, trainer of 2 Devilly, is lodged an objection against 6 Bustin' Roxy. Stewards are going to check out the stretch run. Make sure to hold all tickets. Trainer's objection, 2 against 6. After reviewing the video coverage, the stewards have ruled there will be no change to the order of finish. 3, 6, 4, 5, as is in race 2. Second race is official. 3, 6, 4, 5. Early double 6, 3, $27.80. 3, 6 exacta. Nice one. $34.80. 3, 6, 4 trifecta, $20.50. 10 cent super, 3, 6, 4, 5, $11 and a couple of pennies. Pick six time on the Tuesday card. A nice one-day carryover, $3,216. Dollar minimum wager. Old school, traditional style pick six. Let's go over the changes. Fifth race, 1 and 5, both scratch Lover's Leap and War of Thrones. Race 6, scratch 7, Crunch BBB. And that's about it, fans. Best of luck in the pick six. 18 minutes away, 2:14. Don't forget, fans, you can go online to our website, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to digital program, free digital program. We have free programs for each and every racing day. Never know, fans. $3,200 pick six carryover. Take a swing. A little more than 18, 20 minutes away until the pick six. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our programs to race 6. We have a late scratch being announced for the first time in race 6, late scratch number 2, North Coast. Race 6, late scratch 2, North Coast.
And the pick six starts in race number 3. It is a $1 pick six. Looking back at the second race, big effort by Maddie's Surprise, dropping back to 11-9. Carlos Barbosa had that horse in the 4-path the entire trip. See, there's something to that on the off track, and she was still able to close on the main speed of Bustin' Roxy. So big effort for Maddie's Surprise as that Rachel Sells barn has been heating up. Had a couple big price winners last week. Looking at the third, you're going to probably have a couple horses getting some play here inside. You got Pot of Gold, probably going to be the favorite come post time. Tis Lucky's been close the last couple starts, has shown some signs of talent, and then the one stop the spread is going to get some play, it appears, coming back to Finger Lakes. Horse has been on different surfaces, but did win here to break his maiden as a 2-year-old in the slop. I think people that just look at the visibility of that and will play that horse just off of that race. Now, Pot of Gold ran a big race last time as that pace was pretty quick for the day, 48 and 113, that he had the lead and just couldn't hold off Street Cop Officer, who ran big that day. Now, the race before was the maiden victory for Pot of Gold, and I think he did improve off of that maiden victory because of that pace that he had set in the next start. Now, there didn't seem to be a race where there was a lot of speed in it last time, but he went pretty quick. If you look at the pace for the entire day and you break it down, the pace figure that he got for that race was pretty quick. So I don't doubt he'll try the same type of tactics today, but he'll be close to the front line, if not on the front line. But off of the race, he looks like he's got an edge on his rivals in here. Now, Tis Lucky looked good breaking his maiden because he did it against the racetrack and against the pace. They went really slow up front in 51 and 117. He still closed to get the victory that day. Now, obviously, it wasn't the strongest of fields that he beat because it was a maiden field, but he tried a lot tougher at Presque Isle and then a stakes race against restricted 3-year-olds with Allure of Money in the New York Derby. We saw how good Allure of Money is. But going back to the 2 lifetime condition, the last 3 races hasn't been that badly beaten. Again, finished behind Pot of Gold in that last race. I thought Pot of Gold still ran the better race. Even though this horse was wide, the fractions that Pot of Gold set for that day were pretty quick, so he'll have to make up that ground. But he does have some decent breeding for the wet, so maybe he could turn the tables, and he does look like the main threat to Pot of Gold. Now, Stop the Spread is an interesting one because he does return to Finger Lakes. He did run here before, and his only win came here. Now, most of his starts have been on the turf. He did run in the slop in an off-the-turf race, but that was a 30,000 race at Colonial, so he's still kind of questionable as far as how good he actually is on off tracks. I know he did break his maiden, but it wasn't like the number was that big or the time was that quick when he beat fellow 2-year-olds. Let's see how he handles it today against this field now at age 4. Stop the Spread, getting a lot of early support, now up to odds of 5-2. Those seem to be the main ones that are going to get some play here in race number 3. We start the $1 pick 6. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 starts in here.
Race 3, clear of change. Here's the field one. Stop the Spread at Jackie Davis. 2, Pot of Gold. Caber Coa, the favorite at 3-2. 3, Tis Lucky, Joel Cruz. 4 is Nemo's a Fortune. Jose Baez, Dana Saul, Ashley Lilly, all looking for doubles. All right, 5, Old Point. Carlos Barbosa looking for back-to-back winners. And 6 is Party News. Nazario Alvarado. Race 3, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up allowance conditions. Non-winners of 2 races. Once again, clear of change. No changes. Race 3, first leg of our Tuesday pick 6. One-day carryover, $3,216. Dollar minimum wager. Old school style pick 6. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. All right, fans, you see the top selection here. Number 2, Pot of Gold. Everybody's top selection, at least from the odds standpoint. 6-5, the public's pick. $3,200 carryover. Already $2,700 plus of new money. Perhaps a single to start the sequence with Pot of Gold. Good maiden special weight victory under Caber Coa. Emmanuel Di Diego took over on the 2nd of October. And that was a 1 1/8 race. And Pot of Gold had an inside post. So he was basically kind of forced to go to the lead. This horse showed 2 races ago that he prefers to get a little bit of a stalking trip. Perhaps he can work that out this afternoon. Stop the Spread, who's been competing at Colonial and Indiana at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, has been showing good speed. Most recently in a 1-mile turf race, Stop the Spread went 22-4. That should give Pot of Gold the ideal target. Even Nemo's Fortune likes to be forwardly positioned. So I could see Pot of Gold with Caber Coa back in the saddle, reverting to the tactics that made him successful on the 4th of September. I'm going to make him my top pick. He's everybody's top pick. He's the favorite. 3, Tis Lucky, seems to be getting a little better. His race three races ago was pretty solid. A back-to-back fourth place finishes. Closed decently on the 2nd of October. Thought he was in a good spot up the backstretch. He didn't take full advantage. Now, granted, the horses that finished in front of him were all positioned in front of him throughout the running of the race. So it seemed like it favored the forwardly positioned horses. Tis Lucky's hoping with a little bit more pace this afternoon he can utilize that stretch kick. I've made him my second pick. If the pace does really fall apart up front, the horse that could benefit from it the most is the 6, Party News. He never really gets a lot of love. He's 12-1. He's somewhat intriguing at a big price. Nazario Alvarado is the new jockey. Rafael Rojina Jr. has been riding him. It was very wide on the 2nd of October, swinging into the lane, but he had a big, strong stride in the late stages. Now cutting back to 1.70 miles, more anticipated pace, especially with the presence of the rail runner. Maybe Party News is the one to take a little swing with here at a big price. 13-1. I find this long shot somewhat intriguing. And then we get the 4, Nemo's Fortune. His last 3 races have been much improved, and if he continues this trend, maybe he makes a little bit of a noise here in this spot. Didn't really know what to do with the 1, Stop the Spread. Obviously has some class in his corner, and his lone victory was over a wet racetrack. Has a very lofty Tomlinson for an off track, 432. That's a big figure. Perhaps I'm underestimating the rail runner. Stop the Spread. 2, 3, 6, 4, the 2, Pot of Gold. Could be a likely single on a lot of pick 6 tickets. Over $3,100 of new money. 2 or 3 minutes still of wagering time available. One minute until post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the third race, the start of our Tuesday pick six. $3,200 plus carryover, a little more than $3,700 of new money. To Pot of Gold, even money, clear cut favorite. 6 at the gate. Here, Stop the Spread, moving into line. The favorite, Pot of Gold. 'Tis Lucky, second choice, 5-2. Nemo's Fortune. Ashley Lilly, Dana Saul, Jose Baez, they captured the opener with Macho Maya. Still working on 'Tis Lucky. Muscled in by our crew. Here comes Nemo's Fortune. 2 to load, Old Point, and Party News for Eddie Maver. 7-5, Pot of Gold. 2-1, 'Tis Lucky. Pick 6 time on the Tuesday card here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. And there they go. Somewhat of a slow start for Pot of Gold. Stop the Spread is asked for speed from the rail. 'Tis Lucky is showing pace this afternoon. And Pot of Gold's going to get a couple of targets to chase. Nemo's Fortune from the outside, then Old Point, and along the rail is Party News. So with the lead, 'Tis Lucky showing a new dimension, contesting the pace of Stop the Spread. Pot of Gold up close with Nemo's Fortune. Old Point's in the 5th spot. And Party News is a late runner, and he's getting more pace to chase this afternoon. A little less than 7 from the front. 'Tis Lucky has the lead entering the backstretch from Stop the Spread. Pot of Gold's about a length and a half off from there. To his outside, Nemo's Fortune, 2 to find at the 5/8. 6 or 7 to Party News and Old Point. 'Tis Lucky, Stop the Spread from the rail. Pot of Gold will set up shop in the clear, 3 deep, a length or so from the front. Better than 4 lengths to Nemo's Fortune, losing some ground with Old Point. And Party News, 48 seconds. 48 seconds for that half, so they sped it up in that second quarter. And look at Stop the Spread, who really relishes an off track, and he's running huge. Stop the Spread's opening up, and he's threatening to win it right now. In fact, he looks pretty strong. 'Tis Lucky is second. Pot of Gold's going nowhere. And I'm going to Party News and Old Point. Nemo's Fortune's at the back. And here is Stop the Spread dominating. Stop the Spread has a big lead turning into the lane. Old Point's trying to close in from the rail, but it's only for second at best. 'Tis Lucky has second right now. Here's Party News making his move. Nothing from Pot of Gold, although he's trying to run on for that minor placing. Stop the Spread. Stop the press. 3-1 upsetter. Jackie Davis, that girl. 'Tis Lucky second. Party News third. Pot of Gold fourth. $145 and 25 100ths. There's a horse with a big Tomlinson for a wet racetrack. His lone career victory was over a wet track. Stop the Spread. Dominating winner. Three, 'Tis Lucky, second, photo, third, and fourth. Hold all tickets. Six, Party News third, fourth place 2, Pot of Gold, 1362 on the board. Stop the Spread. 4-year-old Dark Bay or Brown Gelding by Daher out of the dam Powhatan Princess. Owned by Go To Toga Racing LLC. Winning trainer Eduardo Caramore. Winning Jackie, that girl, Jackie Davis. Winner was bred in New York by his owners. Race 3 is official. 1362. The double 3-1, $37.80. 1-3 exact to $18.80. 136 trifecta, $15.62. 10-cent super. 1362, $7.10. 21 minutes until the fourth race. Race 4 will start our pick 5. 6, Big Bad Bud with an additional workout for the 4th. 12th of October, Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 50.20 seconds, breezing. Other changes, race 5, scratches 1 and 5, Lover's Leap and War of Thrones. Race 6, scratch 2, North Coast. Also scratch 7, Crunch BBB. And that's about it, fans. The Tuesday pick 5 in 21 minutes at 2:44.
All right, 11 minutes post for race number 4, and they could have stopped that fight early. Stopped the spread, looked like the winner every step of the way, and just widened his lead, dominating that field. Jackie Davis for Eduardo Caramori. What an effort by Stop the Spread. Just finding this track really nice, and maybe liking the off track today as well. Stop the Spread starts the pick 6. They did bet him late to get down to 3-1, but that was a no sweat victory. 5,000 claimer is the 4th. Starts the pick 5, going a distance of 6 furlongs. And start with Florida Endeavor. He didn't really run that well in his first start of 2023. He was off a long layoff from September. Got mixed up in the pace, but it wasn't really that fast of a pace that he was involved in. You would have expected him to finish better than what he did. But if you can make the case that he may have needed that race off of the break, you could play him today. He does take another little bit of a mini break since July. But if you go by last year's form, especially last summer, he would be the horse to beat. And he does have 2 wins and 4 starts on the off-track. Florida Endeavor right now at odds of 2-1. On the outside is the 8 Sneeds. Comes out of a race that was controlled by the Tim Murphy trainees. Hay and Sirico Palazzo was able to go to the front end. Sneeds kind of followed the leader, and they ran 1-2 around the racetrack, going a shorter 5.5 furlongs. A little further today, 6 furlongs. He hasn't won on an off track, and his numbers aren't the greatest, but he's okay on the off track. So, and he's should get a good stalking trip outside as well. So off of the last effort on the cutback, not out of it, he's at odds of 7-2. Now, I got 2 speeds in here on the inside. You got Son of Darkness. You know, he's got some speed from the rail. And then you got Brock Moninoff, who's got good early speed as well. Both of them have been having an issue of sustaining that speed to get victories. So we'll see if the 2 of them end up hooking up early. And that could be the key to the race because it is a 3-quarter race. Now, Son of Darkness stopped significantly last time, although he did do a very quick first quarter for the day. Brock Boninoff, also pretty decent first quarter in his last start on September 19th. Didn't stop as badly, but he was expected to hold on a little better than what he did against those horses. Maybe he does today. He's outside of the other one, Brock Boninoff, at odds of 4-1. At least he's got the best sustaining speed lately over Son of Darkness. The 4 is Dean Verdile, an old-timer. This one has half of his wins were at this distance. He's taken a little while to round into form this year. That's expected at age 11. He was in that race that was controlled by the Murphy trainees. Hayes, Rico Palazzo, and Sneeds. Maybe a little bit easier field, but the pace scenario didn't really benefit him either when he was chasing that day. But he might be able to set a trip behind Son of Darkness and Brock Moninoff and have some impact and land a share in this race. Still at age 11, still a horse that you can use in your tries and super. Those are some of the main contenders for the 4th race. Again, we start the pick 5 with this race. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and daily double offered in race number 4.
On the track, race 4, 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race in the past year, $5,000 claimers. Race 4 starts the Tuesday, pick 5. Here's the field. Number 1, Son of Darkness, Joel Saunier. Rachel Sells looking for a training double. 2 is Florida Endeavor, John Davila Jr. The favorite at 9-5. 3, Brock Monanoff, Jeremiah Flores. Second choice, 3-1 with the 8. Onto the 4, Dean Verdile. The 11-year-old's looking for his 13th career score. The bug boy, Carlos Barbosa, looking for 2. That girl, Jackie Davis, looking for back-to-back winners. She's aboard the 5, Isaiah. 6 is Big Bad Bud, Nazario Alvarado. 7, Bustin' the Rules, Jose Ventura. 8, Sneeds, Cabercoa. 6 has an additional workout, 12th of October, Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 50.20 seconds breezing, a little more than 2 minutes until the Tuesday, pick 5. We're due for a double-digit winner. How about the 4, Dean Verdile? Time for a salty veteran to come through for us, the 11-year-old. I like the pace scenario developing in front of him, at least from on paper. Son of Darkness with the inside post. He's a run-and-gun type, and he doesn't usually stick around too often, although at $5,000, he could be somewhat dangerous with his inside post. Brock Monanoff also likes to show speed, and like Son of Darkness, doesn't really get to the winner's circle that frequently. Only 3 for 30 in his career. Maybe Dean Verdile gets a nice tracking trip. I like Carlos Barbosa taking over, so we're going to get a little reprieve in the weight, 7 pounds. The 11-year-old looking for his 13th career victory. Good race 2 back. A little bit of regression recently on the 3rd of October. Maybe with both the 1 and the 3 slugging it out. Dean Verdile at a huge price of 12-1 gets a favorable trip and can spring this big upset. 2, Florida Endeavor. I know his best race is definitely the race that gets to the winner's circle. The question is, will this 5-year-old bring it this afternoon? He's only raced 1 time in 2023. That was back on the 11th of July. Not a lot of activity since then. A workout on the 7th of August, and then he didn't come back with a morning move until the 29th of September. So some conflicting info in my eyes concerning 2, Florida Endeavor, but he has a lot of good past class, and he's more than capable against this group. 6-5, though, a little light for my liking. 3, Brock Monanoff makes a lot of sense. Boy, I'd just love for him to sit a trip. Why not? Jeremiah Flores, show some patience through this opening quarter. Let Son of Darkness go rock and roll up front, sit in a good spot, reap the benefits when that one comes back to you. 3, Brock Monanoff, 3-1. I just want him to rate a little bit. He's never really shown it to us, fans. Seems like whenever he gets to the winner's circle, it's when he pops the starting gate and nobody ever heads him. How about the 8, Sneeds? A much improved effort, 2 out of his last 3. Good effort, 3 back at that 2-turn race. Not a bad sprint race to his stablemate. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo. Maybe he's going in the right direction. Cabercoa back-to-back for Sneeds. And this one should benefit with that outside stalking trip. And then you get the 1, Son of Darkness, who's always got dangerous speed. He could be dangerous for $5,000. 0 for 9 on wet racetracks. But you always have to like inside speed, and you definitely get that with Son of Darkness. Pretty contentious way to start this pick 5. Fans are all over the 2, Florida Endeavor. We'll see. He's 6-5. 4-2-3-8 for me in race 4. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fourth race. The start of our Tuesday pick 5. Big favorite 2, Florida Endeavor, 6-5. 8 Sneed, 7-2. The 3 Brockmaninoff, 4-1. 8 arriving at the gate. Speedy Son of Darkness to post position 1. Rachel Sells looking for 2 on the card. Big favorite Florida Endeavor. Here's Brockmaninoff. Salty veteran Dean Verdile, the 11-year-old, looking for his 13th career score. Carlos Barbosa looking for another winner. All right, we'll skip ahead to Bustin' the Rules. One from the outside for Bustin' the Rules. The big price on the board. 5, 6, and 7 all offering big prices. Bustin' the Rules is in. Isaiah. Big Bad Bud. And the Murphs Sneeds. 3-1 second choice from the outside. Ready for the pick 5 once we get Sneeds into his respective post. He's loading, ready for the race. And there they go. Quick start, Brockmaninoff. Brockmaninoff makes the lead. Son of Darkness is showing some speed, but he is going to play second fiddle through the opening quarter. Sneeds is third. Here's Florida Endeavor. Then go to Dean Verdile. Big Bad Bud. Bustin' the Rules. Second last. Isaiah is the last of all, and Brockmaninoff is first of all. Almost a length. The Florida Endeavor. Sneeds is up close. So too is Son of Darkness. Dean Verdile's at least 4 wide heading into the turn. Look at Big Bad Bud stuck out there in no man's land at the 3/8. He must be 5 wide, and he's 6 from Brockmaninoff. Break of nearly 4 lengths to Bustin' the Rules, who has about 5 on Isaiah, and they have allowed Brockmaninoff to control the pace all by himself, and he builds up nearly 3 at the quarter pole. Son of Darkness tries to make a move into second. Florida Endeavor's a little even pace. Sneeds with that wide journey. Not much from Dean Verdile. I'm going to Bustin' the Rules and Big Bad Bud. No excuses for Brockmaninoff. In complete control throughout. Still strong at the 8th pole. Son of Darkness second. Sneeds is third. Bustin' the Rules makes a bit into 4th from the inside. Brockmaninoff 7-1. Gate to wire. Sneeds is up for second. Then Son of Darkness and Bustin' the Rules at 36-1 for the Superfecta. Brockmaninoff at a big price. 112 and 95 100ths. Son of Darkness was not really gunned as anticipated, at least from the paper standpoint. So Brockmaninoff said, thank you very much. I'll pop the gate and go all the way. 8 Sneed second, third place 1 Son of Darkness. How about the 7 Bustin' the Rules to complete your super at 36-1. The final running time 1 minute 12 and 95 100ths. Rachmaninoff, 8-year-old dark bear brown gelding, his 4th career score. He's by Smart Bid out of the Damn Frivolous Buck. Owned by Thomas Broccoli and Darren Broccoli, winning trainer Paul Barrow, winning jockey Jeremias Flores. The winner was bred in New York by Dr. Gerardus Jameson. Race 4 is official. 3817, the double 13, $54. 38 exacta, $52. 381 trifecta, $39. 10-cent super, 3817, $39.20. 313 early pick 3, $64.62. 6 with 3 with 1 with 3. The early pick 4, $213.50. Race 5, we'll start our late pick 4. It's in 22 minutes at 3:15. We have a couple of scratches. Number 1, Lover's Leap, and number 5, War of Thrones. Late pick 4 up next here at Finger Lakes. Hey fans, you want to be part of our Finger Lakes bonus bets.com? You know you can earn 6% rewards when wagering on Finger Lakes races, different percentages from different racetracks throughout the country. New customers that deposit and wager $100 will receive a $50 sign-up bonus. If you are not a member, make sure to sign up today. Finger Lakes bonus bets.com. You play, we pay. And we have a nice special incentive to get you all signed up in time for the Breeders' Cup. We are going to increase our percentages on Breeders' Cup weekend, especially for the Breeders' Cup races, November 3rd and 4th. Both days, the entire cards, you can earn 5% rewards. That's an increase of normally 2% rewards from Santa Anita. That's for both of the Breeders' Cup days, Friday, November 3rd, Saturday, November the 4th. You must wager $1,500 a month to be eligible for the rewards. Pretty good incentive to get all signed up for Breeders' Cup weekend. 5% rewards on the Breeders' Cup action. Both days, the entire cards. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay.
11 minutes to post for race number 5. And, Brock Moninoff really taking advantage of the change in tactics of Son of Darkness, able to get an easy lead and clear and get that Grabowski tire track. Brock Moninoff gone on the front end. Jeremiah Flores for trainer Paul Barrow. That starts the pick 5. Fifth race, Scratch the 1, Lover's Leap, and Scratch the 5, War of Thrones. And some early money on the 7, Sam A. Logical horse in here off of a third-place finish. And that was a slightly tougher field, although it was a long shot. Drossel Diem, who was able to come back on and get the victory. Sam A. had that wide trip, made that circling move, and still hung around to be third. Seems to do that a lot. He has been okay on an off track. There's one thing you say about Sam A. He's actually better on an off track with 2 wins and 3 seconds. So logical horse here, and he's getting some play at 3 to 5. And let's face it, the track is different than it was yesterday. As you see, Inside Speed winning the last 2 races. So that could step up Stone Guitar here, even though he's not a horse that likes the 6 furlong distance. He may be able to get out there alone and see if he can keep going in here and hold off Sam A. He's the main threat to do so. He had to press the whole way last time and got beat by Special Story, obviously an easier field that he comes out of, and it was shorter, 5.5. But if he can control the pace going 6 furlongs today, maybe he can still keep going, despite he gets a little bit short going 3/4. He does have that 1 win going 6 furlongs when he was able to control the pace and was an easier field. But he should be awfully tough in here as the main speed of race number 5. He's currently the second choice on the board at 5 to 1. The interesting one is the 2 Night Escort, because he makes an equipment change here, taking the blinkers off. He's got no excuse the last couple starts, running third and then last time finishing off the board in a race with Stone Guitar and others. Kind of chased a little bit, but then faded late. His best race, well, he ran second in a short field. It was a 4-horse field. And at the time, he thought, well, maybe he had no excuse. He was, even though he got off a step slow, he was absolutely lone speed, and Nutsy still circled and beat him that day. But, Nutsy has looked good since that race. He even comes off a win last week. So, maybe Night Escort's a little better than what he looked that day when he had no excuse. But maybe the blinkers off is what this horse needs. Like I said, his last race wasn't as good, but he can definitely be in the mix in here, because once you get past Sam A., who looks like the best horse and likes an off track, and you got the 6th Stone Guitar, who looks like the main speed, really not much else to like as far as a win threat, other than the possibility of Night Escort improving with taking off the blinkers. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5. Again, we scratched the 1, Lover's Leap, and the 5, War of Thrones.
And bugler Michelle Heinig has the horses coming onto the track for race 5, a 6-furlong affair. 3-year-olds and up now, winners of 2 races in the past year. $5,000 claimers, couple of scratches, 1 in 5, Lover's Leap and War of Thrones. This is the first leg of our late pick 4 post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Here's the field 2 Night Escort, Kevin Navarro. 3 Blue City, John Berrios. 4 is Quad Party with Heeman Harkey. 6 is Skip the Parade. 7 Zeme, Louis Perez. Big favorite, 3-4. 8's also out of the parade. 6 is Stone Guitar. Jeremias Flores looking for back-to-back winners. And the 8 is Harrison Nose and Jose Ventura. Field of 6. Post time in a little more than 2 minutes. Six Stone Guitars, my top selection. War of Thrones was going to be my number 1 pick, but he scratched early. 6 Stone Guitar, 3 good races in a row. Back-to-back races, 1 in early August, 1 in early October, coming back on 14 days. Should be forwardly positioned. Could be the speed of the speed. Seems like Stone Guitar is having a pretty good 2023 with limited appearances. Let's see if we can bring him in. 5-2. 7 Siamé is the one getting all the love. He is a 4-5. We know Siamé's best race is much better than most of these rivals. Siamé once upon a time was a good second state-bred allowance horse here when Mike Lasessi had him. Mike bred him. Now Victor and Nancy Salvato own Siamé. This will be the second time in a row for 5,000. Ran a good third recently. He's a logical contender. 5 top 2 finishes and 8 appearances on wet racetracks. No surprise, Siamé is a 4-5. 8 Harrison Nose has made some noise over wet racetracks in the past. 2 for 10 with 2 seconds and 1/3. Those statistics are much more favorable than his 4 for 31 on a fast racetrack. You just never know what you're going to get with Harrison Nose. Been a pretty tough 2023 for him. Only 1 placing from 11 starts. He was a lot better last year when he made $34,000. After that, the 4 Quad Party, worth a little bit of a look, closing from off the pace if they go crazy. 2 Night Escort, good connections. Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley, Blue City seems to be up against it. That's the field of 6. Here in the 5th, starting the late pick 4. About a minute until the fifth. It's post time for the fifth race. 7 Sam May, 6-5. 6 Stone Guitar, 2-1. 2 Night Escort, 5-2. Night Escort will be the first one into the starting gate. Blinkers off this afternoon. Big long shot, Blue City. Ed Schatzel's Quad Party. Wendy Lee Farm representing Night Escort. Coco Dominguez with Blue City. Here's Donna Barretta's Stone Guitar. Victor and Nancy Salvato's Samay. And Maria Geraldo and Cano Morales. Harrison Nose to the outside. Late pick 4 time. Still have to get the 8 in. Just about ready. And there they go. Quick start, Stone Guitar. Harrison Nose quickly away. Night Escort showing good zip with the blinkers off. It's going to be a nice trip for Sam May. Isolated in 4th, a length in front of Quad Party. Blue City is the distant trailer. Stone Guitar. He's the speed of the speed. Opens up better than 2 to Harrison Nose and Night Escort. Quad Party's advancing into 4th. Sam May's back to the 5th spot. 7 from Stone Guitar. Nothing yet from Blue City. 23 seconds. Pretty sensible for Stone Guitar. Speeding along. Still with 2 from Night Escort. Quad Party is showing some promise. 1 from the outside, inside of Harrison Nose. And Sam May's now finally gearing up, but he's very, very wide at the quarter pole. And Blue City is still at the back. With the lead, Stone Guitar. Quad Party comes with his run after Stone Guitar. Stone Guitar, Quad Party has a look to the outside if he can sustain this run. Stone Guitar, Quad Party. Stone Guitar trying to fend him off. Quad Party putting his nose in front. Quad Party and Stone Guitar throwing it down. Quad Party, Stone Guitar, Quad Party, Stone Guitar, Quad Party, 14-1. Stone Guitar gave him a big time fight. Farther back, Blue City or Night Escort. Photo for the W. Quad Party and Stone Guitar. Quad Party and Stone Guitar watching Blues Guitar on this gallop out. Photos between the 4 and the 6. 113 and 74/100ths the final time. 4 is the winner, Quad Party. Second place, 6, Stone Guitar. Third place, 3, Blue City. Look at those prices. Fourth place, 2, Night Escort. And Schatzel leading his Quad Party into the winner's circle. Big group in the winner's circle for Quad Party. A 4-year-old bay gelding by Normandy Invasion out of the dam Aunt Grace. Ed Schatzel, the winning owner. The winning traders, the Murph, Tim Murphy. Winning jockey, the He-Man, Ebenarchy. Winner was bred in New York by TC Stable LLC. Michelle Heinig with the good luck charm this afternoon for Ed Schatzel. 4-6-3-2 unofficially in the 5th. And race 5 is official. The double 3-4, $305. 4-6 exacta, $118.50. 4-6-3 a trifecta, $297.25. 10-cent super, 4-6-3-2, $128.70. The pick 3, 1-3-4, $384.50. On to race 6. Race 6 will start our late pick 3. Scratches 2 and 7, very important scratches. 2 North Coast and 7 Crunch BBB, the 2 logical players from the 6 both scratch. For Uncle Milty, 4 pounds over. Post time in about 22 minutes.
All right, get ready for race number 6. A little bit of an upset in the 5th. Quad Party, the Murph. That Murph barn has been on fire. Heeman Harkey guiding that one to the upset win. Man, hope you have that one in your pick 5 or pick 6. That'll really add some value. Quad Party, still eligible for the 4 lifetime, able to win that condition. 6th race, the 5,000 claimer, never won 3, and we scratch. It was kind of a late scratch early in the day, but the 2, North Coast, is out, and the 7, Coach BBB, 2 of the major players, or would have been the major players, in race number 6. Turns out to be another competitive race. You got Uncle Vic, who's getting closer. This horse was looking good as a speed horse, so went in the breed barn earlier in the year, was claimed for 5,000. They changed tactics with Uncle Vic. Has become more of a stalker type than the speed type he was early in the year, and lately it's been working out. He's getting closer. Ran a 3rd, and then last time ran 2nd behind a main speed winner in Cody's Express in an absolute paceless field. Now he does have a good record on the off track, mainly because he was lone speed in those races on the off track, but Uncle Vic has got to be used off the recent form anyway, at least be considered. He's right now 3-1 co-favorite in race number 6. No real standouts in this race. Angelic Mission, logical horse, was running at the 11-9 level, was competitive at the 11-9 level, ran into a lone speed winner in Banco Medici, then dropped in class to 5, responded to the drop. Wasn't a convincing win, but it was able to get up after a 47.5 to win last time. So he stays at the bottom. A little tougher field today for Angelic Mission, but at 5,000, Ferraro time of year, got to be considered. 3-1 is the price on that one. These Uncle Vic's acted up right in front of me here. The 6 jig is up. The jig is up is a late runner, so he's got to hope the pace comes back. And last time that was the issue for the jig is up. It was 5.5 furlongs, no speed. Cody's Express was able to control the pace, and the jig is up. Still made a nice late move. If he could get a little bit better racing luck, he can make a late run if he can handle the off track today. He's got 2 wins, both wins at this particular distance. So this is the second trip over the track for the jig is up. So it wouldn't be much of a surprise in here, but he's a little bit of a price at odds of 6-1. Misawa might be a good long shot to consider. Does Christian Navarro goes to Uncle Vic. No surprise there. He drops back to 5, and his last couple of $5,000 races aren't that bad. Ran on the board in the 3 lifetime condition, and then was overmatched last time at the 11-9 level. It's California bred, back to a competitive spot. Maybe we'll see this horse bounce back with a better effort in race number 6. Exacta Tri Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in this race. Again, kind of a significant scratch in the 2 North Coast. Also an early scratch of the 7 Crunch BBB.
Coming onto the track for race 6, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races, 6 furlongs, $5,000 claimers, 2 and 7 both scratched. North Coast Crunch BBB. For Uncle Milty, 4 pounds over, first leg of the late pick 3. A little more than 4 minutes until post time. There's the field. 1, Angelic Mission looking for 2 in a row. Carlos Barbosa looking for a riding double. 3 is Masawa. Jackie Davis looking for 2. Masawa's the current favorite. 4 is Uncle Milty. Juan Diaz, 4 pounds over. 5 is Uncle Vic. 5-2, Christian Navarro. 6, the jig is up. Kevin Navarro. 8's out of the parade. 9, Legendary Bid. The He-Man looking for back-to-back winners. That's Heeman Harkey. It'd be a big Harkey double. And skipping the parade, 8, March Madness Party with John Berrios. So we have a field of 7 to kickstart this late pick 3. And post time is in a little more than 3 minutes. Got all excited for race 6 when I saw the morning line on number 3, Masawa. Figured I'd still get a decent price despite the scratches of 2 and 7. Come on, man. 2-1, Masawa. Boy, that 12-1 really lured me in. Here's the deal with Masawa. He's run pretty good this year. Let's forget about last race. I don't know what happened. Obviously, he was a little overmatched, I guess, in class. No match for Beach Boy Al. Holy Matrimony Klingman. That was an 11-9. 5,000. 3 appearances this season have resulted in a victory, a second, and a third. And I'm not going to lie, fans. I wasn't big on Masawa to start the season. I totally was against him when he looked good winning on the 4th of July. I thought his race on the 8th of August was pretty good. I thought it was much better than it looked on paper. He had a wide post and he came running. I love the race 2 back so much that I endorsed him on the 20th of September. How could I not come back with him this afternoon? He's a California bred, so he's got that going for him. Me growing up in California, a little biased. 3, Masawa has a victory on a wet racetrack. And today he's finally going to get a nice inside post. Both of those races, 2 and 3 back, he had wide journeys, and that was up against it. Today he should get a nice favorable stocking closing trip along the inside. 2-1. I'm not in love with the price, but I do like the horse. I'm making him my top pick. After that, we looked at the 2 North Coast, obviously, but he's out. So 6 and 5 coming up with here. 6, the jig is up. I thought his race on the 3rd of October was pretty good. He was a fast closing 3rd, and he didn't get a fast pace to chase into. Could be another problem at this level again this afternoon. Where is the pace going to come from? Last time 23:47, and despite that soft flow, he was able to make up 7 1/4 lengths from the quarter pole to the wire. He had been competing at Monmouth. He had some races once upon a time back in late May that would make him a contender here in this spot. He is currently 5-1. I give him a look. 5, Uncle Vic. Once upon a time, he was a run and gun type. Of late, he's been stalking and finishing. Christian Navarro, who had been riding Masawa, has opted to stay with Uncle Vic. Perhaps that's a tell right there. Uncle Vic has improved in his last 2 starts, and it's only fitting now he's under the training tutelage of Victor Dean. So Uncle Vic, a player at 3-1. The 1, Angelic Mission, good human connections, obviously, with the Godfather Michael S. Ferraro. The bug boy Carlos Barbosa already got to the winner's circle this afternoon. Angelic Mission is a horse that began his career against maiden special weight ranks, and he won a maiden 11, and he has already beaten winners, so he's worth a little bit of consideration also with the scratch of North Coast. 3, 6, 5, 1 for me here in race 6. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for race 6. Uncle Vic 2-1, Misawa 2-1. Uncle Vic's the favorite. 3-1 Angelic Mission. 5-1 Uncle Milty, and the jig is up. Angelic Mission and Uncle Milty stablemates for Michael S. Ferraro. A field of 7 to start our late pick 3. And here is Angelic Mission, the first one to load. Misawa. Uncle Milty. Next will be March Madness Party. Uncle Vic. 9-5. Angelic Mission 5-2. Misawa now 3-1. The jig is up. And Legendary Bid, the last of 7. Ready for the late pick 3. And there they go. Uncle Milty quickly away. Legendary Bid, the jig is up, and Angelic Mission are second, third, and fourth. I'm going to March Madness Party, Uncle Vic, and Misawa is the last of all, and there is pace on up front. Legendary Bid from the far outside. The jig is up. Uncle Milty wants to concede the lead and work in the clear from the outside. It's a break of 3 lengths to Uncle Vic, Angelic Mission, and March Madness Party, and Misawa still at the back. Opening quarter on the board, 23-2, although it is a little contested between both the jig is up and Legendary Bid. They have better than 4.5 lengths to Uncle Milty and Uncle Vic. Then go to Angelic Mission. Misawa has a lot of work to do. March Madness Party is at the back. Legendary Bid, the jig is up. Uncle Milty was amongst the leaders, eased off the pace battle, beginning his bid. And here comes Uncle Vic. How about this? A couple of uncles coming to crash this party. In the meantime, the jig is up, kicks clear. The jig is up's had enough of Legendary Bid. Here's Uncle Milty, Angelic Mission to the far outside. Uncle Milty trying to crash this scene late. Here's Uncle Milty. Uncle Milty gets the lead from the jig is up. Misawa too little too late inside of Angelic Mission. Uncle Milty. Somewhat of an erratic run, but he is the winner. Uncle Milty. Farther back, the jig is up with Misawa and Angelic Mission. For Uncle Milty. Pretty heads-up ride by Juan Diaz. Broke very alertly, decided to ease off the pace battle, get into the clear, come with another run. Somewhat of an erratic trip, Uncle Milty. Six, the jig is up, second. And we need a photo, third and fourth. 113 and 81/100ths, the final time. Uncle Milty. That's 3 out of 4 for this uncle. 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Bellamy Road out of the dam 7 Deadly Sins. The wild man, Louis Ferrari, owns and bred this one. Michael S. Ferraro, the winning trainer, winning jockey, the bug boy, Juan Diaz. 3 Masawa, third. 4th place, 1 Angelic Mission. And race 6 is official. A big double, 4-4, $192.50. 4-6 exacta, $89. 4-6-3, a trifecta, $135. 10-cent super, 4-6-3, $145.20. 7th race, 7 Horn of Plenty with an additional workout. 14th of October, the 14th of October, Belmont Training Track. Fast that morning, half mile, 51.90 seconds, breezing. Race 7 in about 22 minutes at 4:17.
And horses are in the paddock for race number 7. Had some decent prices today. Uncle Milte, who had won 2 in a row before finishing just off the board last time, able to bounce back with a good effort as that pace came back in that race. Trying to be a little more pace than expected. They didn't go that fast, but it was a pressured pace. Uncle Milte able to get up to get the victory. That's 3 wins in the last 4 starts for that one. And Juan Diaz, he gets the victory for Michael S. Ferraro. As we go to the 7th, this is our feature race. It's an optional claiming allowance race, and it's a pretty good one. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. The one horse that's in for the tag is the 2, Tommy the Torch, rest in for the 2 state bred condition. And you can make a case for a few of them because it is a good quality field. Tra-Lad has been no worse than second in any of his Finger Lakes starts, and he's looked good in every single one of them. Probably should have won by a lot more than he did last time. You would have expected him to, so that would be the only concern for Tra-Lad, but he did get up to get the win regardless. And, he ran second to Waralo. The difference was the trip, and Waralo's a pretty good one. And the 5.5 maybe was benefited Waralo more than it did Tra-Lad. But again, those are 1 state bred conditions. This is the tougher move going from the 1 state bred to the 2 state bred. But this horse is sharp. He's been good all season long. And again, only 2 seconds with the other victories. And the other second he was bothered in the stretcher. He would have won that one as well. So he's currently getting the play at 3-2. No surprise there. The 3 is Breaking Stones, consistent horse. The big question is, does he want to win? I mean, this horse has got more seconds and thirds than wins, but he's running against some tough competition, and he's had some excuses as far as pace scenario, too. Last time he didn't miss by much. He looked like he was going to win the race, but he got beat by a real nice one in Alpha Cairo, so no shame there, and he gave him a good battle in the stretch. Before that, got beat by the pace more than anything, as they didn't go that fast for that day. And same thing with the Little Matty Brown beating him the race before. He made a nice move in that race, but the Little Matty Brown able to come back on and get the win after the slow pace. So pace scenarios haven't been great for Breaking Stones, but he's also getting in the mix late and not getting the nose out in front. Maybe today's the day for Breaking Stones. He's not bad on an off track. He hasn't won on it, but he hits the board and he keeps his form, and his form's been pretty good. He's right now at odds of 9-2. The 7 horse is Horn of Plenty. I guess the only question mark is going to be how this horse handles the off track. Really can't gauge completely from the 4 starts that he's had on the off track. He's been in not the best form at times or against tougher competition when he's raced on the off track. It's been a while since he has. He certainly got decent breeding for the wet. And you look at the races earlier this year, he looked good in victory, beating the 1 state bred condition, and then came back and ran second against a pretty good group of 2 state breds when he came back. Well, he took a little bit of a break in time between races, and then came back again and finished off the board. But after 2 races in New York, one of those a second place finish, you got to think his best effort puts him right in the mix as well. And he's currently at odds of 3-1. The Institute draws the rail. He's another one that, like I said, this is a pretty good quality field. It may come down to who gets the trip. The Institute goes a little further today, 6 furlongs. Might be a little bit better going 5.5, but hard to say that because he's always right there. I mean, you see the last 4 starts, he's also running against tough horses like Alpha Cairo and Waralo last time. So, and he's not that badly beaten by Waralo, the one that defeated Tra-Lad. He gets the right kind of trip. He should be there as well. But again, 5.5, maybe a little better distance for the Institute. But from that rail position with the off track, he does have a win in the off. Maybe he can get it done as well. Pretty good feature race, very competitive feature race. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double offered in race number 7.
Race 7 is our Tuesday feature. New York bred, second state bred condition. Optional claiming tag of $10,000, a 6 furlong affair. 7 Horn of Plenty has that additional workout. 14th of October, Belmont Training Track. Fast, half-mile move, 51.90 seconds, breezing. First leg of the late double. A little more than 5 minutes until post time. Here's the field. Number 1, The Institute. Louis Perez, Michael S. Ferraro looking for back-to-back wins. 2, Tommy the Torch, Nazario Alvarado. Ed Schatzel and the Murph looking for doubles. Got there with Quad Party. 3 is Breaking Stones. Joel Cruz. Paul Barrow looking for another winner on the card. 4 is Trelad. Anthony Salgado, the favorite at 2-1. Here's the other Barrow trainee. 5, The Last Ace. Jeremias Flores looking for 2, as is Heeman Harkey, jockey aboard 6, Expensive Style. And 7 is Horn of Plenty and Emmanuel Di Diego. That is the field for our Tuesday feature. New York breds, nice size field, or a nice field in this second state bred. Some nice horses in here. This race starts the late double, a little more than 4 minutes. 4, Trelad's the horse to beat in this spot. He's off to a good start in his season, in his career, actually. Look at his record. 10 starts, 5 wins, 4 seconds. Been a model of consistency all season long here at Finger Lakes. I guess the only question mark could be the sealed sloppy racetrack, but he does have a win over a wet racetrack, so it shouldn't pose that big of a problem, especially with his blood constitution out of a War Deputy mare. He is the horse to beat. 2-1's a fair enough price. Number 1, The Institute. We're waiting for The Institute to run to some of his races in 2022, where he won 4 of his 9 starts. His last few races have been improved. You have to give him credit. A good second to Waralo, and back-to-back placings behind Alpha Chi Rowe. The Institute, if you're going to try to get away from Trelad, maybe this is the one to look at. A good 4-1 in the wagering. 3, Breaking the Stones has been knocking on the door all season long for the second state bred. Perhaps today is his day. Seems to be more minor placings in his past with those 7 seconds and 8/3 versus only the 4 victories. Boy, he has made some runs this season. He's had the lead at the 8th pole on a couple of occasions and has not been able to get to the wire in time. His best race makes him one of the players. And then you get 7, Horn of Plenty. The knock on him is his poor record on wet racetracks. No placings in 4 starts, a significantly reduced buyer compared to his fast track races. If for some reason he wakes up and takes an affinity to this off track, he has some races that would make him very competitive. Trelad, the horse to beat in the 7th. We'll see how it shapes up. A few minutes out. A little more than a minute until the Tuesday feature. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 7th race, our Tuesday feature. Number 4, Trelad, 6-5. 7, Horn of Plenty, 3-1. Number 1, The Institute, 7-2. After that, the 3, Breaking Stones, 4th selection, 5-1 in the wagering. Field of 7, New York bred, 2nd state bred condition, optional tag of $10,000. Tommy the Torch, the only one in for the tag. Set for the loading process, here is The Institute. Michael S. Ferraro looking for back-to-back scores. Here's Tommy the Torch for Ed Schatzel in the Murph. What a Schatzel Murph parlay that would be. Quad party to Tommy. There's Breaking Stones, 1 of 2 for Paul Barrow. The last ace, the stablemate. The favorite Trelad for the Wild Irishman, Carl O'Callaghan. There's the last ace. Expensive Style, Photos Finish, and Jeff Engelhart. And then David Jacobson's Horn of Plenty, the last of 7 to the outside. Ready for the Tuesday feature. And there they go. Pretty good start for all. The last day showing good speed as expected. Here's Trelad working into second inside of Expensive Style. Horn of Plenty amongst the early group, 4th from the far outside. Then Tommy the Torch, he's in the 5th spot. He's more than 3 off the lead. It's a break of 6 to the Institute, a length in front of Breaking Stones. And Trelad is wasting no time asserting his authority. He has already found the front before the far turn run, a length and a half to Expensive Style. The last ace broke aggressively. His lead was short-lived. Horn of Plenty strides into 3rd. Tommy the Torch is 6 off the pace. 2.5 to the Institute and Breaking Stones. Trelad went quick, 22 2/5. He's very sharp this season. He's the one to beat at the quarter pole. The Institute's making up a lot of ground along the inside, now going to tip to the outside. So it's Trelad with the lead. The Institute comes with his run. Expensive Styles back to 3rd. Trelad was eager early. Did he go too soon? Here's the Institute getting within a length and a half. Trelad is determined. He's a strong horse this season, and here is Trelad. Trelad all the way from the Institute. Breaking Stones and Tommy the Torch checked in 4th. Carl O'Callaghan's got a good one, fans. His name is Trelad. Big 2023 for this up-and-coming New York bred. 6-5, 111 and 14 100s. Confidently handled by Anthony Salgado this afternoon. And it is Trelad, a future New York bred stakes horse, in my opinion. Here he is. There's Carl O'Callaghan. Great job, Carl. 111 and 14 100s. Good effort from 1 The Institute. 3 Breaking Stones third, fourth place 2 Tommy the Torch at that huge price to complete your superfecta. Make sure to hold all tickets. Entering the winner's circle is the ultra impressive Trelad. It's his 6th career victory, only off the board in 1 appearance. A 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Constitution out of the dam Deputy Cures Blues. Owned and trained by Carl O'Callahan. Winning jockey Anthony Salgado. Winner was bred in New York by Twin Creeks Farm. And race 7 is official. 4-1-3-2. The double of 4-4, $43.80. A 4-1 exacta, $11.80. 4-1-3 trifecta, $6.70. The 10-cent super, 4-1-3-2, $5.87. One more race to go on the Tuesday card. The nightcaps clear have changed. Nice size field of 10 to close this Tuesday card. Post time in a little more than 22 minutes at 4:48.
All right, getting ready to complete this Tuesday card with race number 8, the feature race won by Tralad. Tralad aggressively going to the front end under Anthony Salgado, gets the victory for Carl Callahan. Looks like the Institute was going to make a good late run, had to alter around the 6 Expensive Style, would have been a little bit closer. Not sure if he would have caught this horse anyway. Tralad is sharp, no worse than second in any of his Finger Lakes starts today, looking good in victory. We go to the last race. Just a reminder, we continue live racing tomorrow with an 8-race card. Then next week we go Monday through Wednesday. Already drew Monday and Tuesday for next week. Both 9-race cards next week on Monday and Tuesday. All right, we look at the last Exacta Try and Super Offer to 5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. Pretty competitive race to finish it out here. PJ's Rider comes in off of a maiden win at Laurel. She was a front-running victor, and she figures to go to the front in here. So if she breaks sharp enough, she is going to be the one they're going to have to catch. There is some other speed in here, but none as quick as she is. Just a matter is she good enough coming here to the new surroundings? She is getting some early play at odds of 8-5. Yeah, a couple from the Paul Barrow barn. You have the 6 Midnight Mindset and the 4 Kitty Tintin. Kitty Tintin looked like that was a race she was going to win last time. Ended up losing to her stablemate. Flores opts to go to Midnight Mindset. And, of course, both have a shot in here. Midnight Mindset, though, a lot of seconds and thirds than victories for Midnight Mindset. One of these days, this horse is going to break through and get the win. But with a jockey going to that one, I think Midnight Mindset has a little better shot than Kitty Tintin, although both of them have a legitimate shot to at least hit the board in here, especially Midnight Mindset. I mean, Midnight Mindset, in a lot of her races, she's been the best horse in the race. It's just a matter of looking for competition. She did break through with a victory back on July 11th. She's faced the winners 2 races in a row, and again, she's not that badly beaten against slightly better, so she's definitely a top 3 threat. Kitty Tintin against an easier field, yeah, she should have won last time. Of course, it was her stablemate that got first run on her, and she ended up just having to settle for second. She didn't break all that sharp. It was a little further, 6 furlongs, so she has to shorten up 5.5. Hard not to see her in the mix somewhere again today. A little tougher field, but not that much tougher that off of the last effort, she's a contender in the last race. Interesting one is the one, Goodbye Kyle. She didn't break all that well in her first Finger Lakes start, and that was the race that Kitty Tintin ran second, and Sweet Tooth Sue was also in that race. But she just had no shot at making up any of that ground. She found herself way, way too far back. So she'll have to break a lot sharper than that to have any chance, because she's shortening up in distance instead of going further. And that's a big question mark for her anyway. Is 5.5 furlongs too short for a horse that doesn't have a lot for early speed? So if she has to at least break better than what she did last time to have any chance in here, but at least she's got the trip over the track, and a better break puts her possibly as a big threat in the final race. Exacta Try Super offered in today's 8th race. Got about 8 minutes to post.
10 fillies and mares in the Tuesday nightcap. 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races, 5,000 the level. It's clear of change. Good size field of 10 to close the Tuesday card. A little more than 4 minutes until post time. Here's the field. One Goodbye Kyle, Michael Davila Jr. Next will be number 2, Tina Burner. Jackie Davis looking for another score. 3 is Empress Pulpatine, John Berrios. 4 is Kitty Tintin with Joel Cruz. Paul Barrow looking for a training double. Big favorites, the 5, PJ's Rider, Cabercoa, 7-5. 6 is out of the parade. 7, Moulin Rouge, Carlos Barbosa looking for his second winner on the Tuesday program. Up next will be the 8, Sweet Tooth Sue, Rafael Rohina Jr. 9 is 5, Alarm Freakout with John Davila Jr. 10 is Midnight Empress, Christian Navarro. Skipping the parade, the other Paul Barrow trainee. 6, Midnight Mindset, Jeremias Flores, Paulin. Jeremias won earlier with Brock Monanoff. Ten fillies and mares, our Tuesday nightcap, in a little more than 3 minutes. Short price favorite on the board, the 5, PJ's Rider. I've made her my second pick. Top selection will be 4, Kitty Tintin for me. A little concerning that Jeremias Flores has opted for Midnight Mindset. It looks like he had his choice, and for whatever reason, he has gone with Midnight Mindset. Midnight Mindset is getting a lot more play than my top pick, so I'm a little concerned there. 5-2 Midnight Mindset, 5-1 Kitty Tintin. You know, before we get into this analysis, let's bring this up to date, fans. Nobody is alive in our pick 6, so we have a nice 2-day carryover into the Wednesday card. $7,431.93. Quad Party probably the reason why we're going to get a pick 6 carryover. $7,431.93 for the Wednesday program. So the 4, Kitty Tintin, I liked her maiden victory against 11s 4 races ago to start her 4-year-old campaign. Regressed in her subsequent start, her initial test against winners. Paul Barrow decided, you know what, let's just get her back in for $5,000. Last year she ran a couple of maiden 5s, so Paul said, you know what, let's just do what we're supposed to do. Run her for 5. She's run back-to-back seconds, both good efforts, both beaten favorites, and today we're getting a little bit of a price at 5-1. Let's take a little swing with Kitty Tintin here in the nightcap. 5, PJ's Rider, an aggressive barn, an aggressive owner, the Michael Dubb, the one and only Mr. Michael Dubb. And then you get Brittany Russell, who wins a lot of races, 134 races already in 2023, hitting at a 26%. They have a New York bred. They just won a maiden 10 at Laurel. Before that, missed in a maiden 12-5 at Pimlico, and ran earlier this year a distant third in a maiden special weight at Colonial. So you know what? They just got to the winner's circle, and they like to win races, Dubb and Russell. So now they bring this one to Finger Lakes, drop her in all the way to the bottom at 5, and she's 3-2. Obviously a contender. If you're good enough to break your maiden for 10 at Laurel, you're good enough to win a 5,000 N2L at Finger Lakes. 9, 5 Alarm Freakout ran well 2 races ago. Didn't run too good recently on the 6th of September, but I do like the effort on the 23rd of August. Perhaps she just came back a little quick. You know, she had some pretty good spacing so far. 20th of June at Penn, then she comes to Finger Lakes and runs on the 17th of July, a distant 4th. Was given about 5 weeks off and ran her best race in quite some time when she ran that good second to ever Graceful. Brought her back a little quick most recently. Guess what? We're getting near 5 or 6 weeks this afternoon. Maybe a big effort from 5 Alarm Freakouts on the way at a good price of 9-1. And then I looked at the 6 Midnight Mindset. She does have dangerous early speed. The fact that Jeremias Flores has opted for her over my top selection, figured she was a worthy mention in the top 4. Here is a 5-year-old mare who does like to show early speed and does have a lot of placings. 15 starts have resulted in 10 top 3 finishes. 4, 5, 9, 6 for me in the Tuesday nightcap. Once again, a pick 6 carryover into Wednesday's card, better than $7,400. 115 first post tomorrow for the Wednesday opener. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Tuesday nightcap. 10 fillies and mares facing up to the gate. Big favorite, the 5, PJ's Rider, Michael Dubb and Brittany Russell, 4-5 in the wagering. Inside 3 are in. Here comes Kitty Tintin, 1 of 2 for Paul Barrows. Midnight Mindset's the other Barrow trainee. Here's the big favorite, PJ's Rider. Midnight Mindset. Moulin Rouge, one of the big long shots. Sweet Tooth Sue, also a big price. So it's PJ's Rider at 4-5, Midnight Mindset 9-2, Kitty Tintin 5-1, 5 Alarm Freakout, 4th selection 6-1. She's ready to load, and then we got Midnight Empress to the far outside. Midnight Empress will be the last of 10. 3-4, PJ's Rider. Ready for the Tuesday nightcap. And there they go. Tina Burner shows speed, but PJ's Rider's going to pick it up with Moulin Rouge. 5 Alarm Freakouts up close, so to his Midnight Empress. And there's Midnight Mindset striding into the 3rd spot along the inside as PJ's Rider wastes no time claiming the top spot. PJ's Rider from Midnight Mindset and Moulin Rouge. 5 Alarm Freakout is 3 wide and 4th. Far outside is Midnight Empress. Along the inside is Goodbye Kyle racing with her Tina Burner. Following them, Empress Pulpatine, Sweet Tooth Sue, and nothing from Kitty Tintin. And it's all about PJ's Rider. Michael Dubb and Brittany Russell aggressively placing her here at Finger Lakes. And she has a huge lead at the quarter pole. Call it about 8 lengths. In second, Moulin Rouge with Midnight Empress. Following them races Tina Burner, Midnight Mindset, Goodbye Kyle, Empress Pulpatine, Sweet Tooth Sue, Kitty Tintin, and 5 Alarm Freakout. And it's all about PJ's Rider in the Tuesday nightcap. In cruise control with the top spot. Midnight Empress second, then Moulin Rouge. Good race for 4, Tina Burner, and Goodbye Kyle. Look at this dominating winner. Her name is PJ's Rider. All aboard at 4-5 from Midnight Empress, Moulin Rouge, and Goodbye Kyle for the Superfecta. One minute 7 6/100ths. An owner and a trainer who love to win races. And here's PJ's Rider at 4-5. Clearly superior in the nightcap. Big price for second. That's the 10 Midnight Empress at 42-1. Photo for the balance. Make sure to hold all tickets. Entering the winner's circle is the 5 PJ's Rider, dominating winner of our Tuesday nightcap, a 3-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Union Jackson out of the dam Torched Cherry, owned by Michael Dubb, winning trainer Brittany Russell, winning jockey Kay Bracoa. Winner was bred in New York by Sequel Stallions New York LLC and others, perhaps Meadowview Farm. 7, Moulin Rouge, a third, fourth place one, Goodbye Kyle, 5, 10, 7, 1 in the Tuesday nightcap. And the nightcap is official. That 4-5 late daily double, not too bad, $11.20. Good exacta here in the nightcap with the chalk on top, 5-10, $141.50. Nice trifecta, 5-10, 7, 5-10, 7. $745.75. Big 10-cent super, 5-10, 7, 1, $1,124.35. 4-4-5, a late pick 3, $19.37. 4 with 4 with 4 with 5, our late pick 4, $332.50. Tuesday pick 5's a good payoff. 3 with 4 with 4 with 4 with 5, $3,812.75. $3,812.75. Big shout out to my man John at Penn National. All right, carryover in the pick 6, $7,431.93. How about 5 out of 6 in our pick 6, $468. All right, fans, don't forget that pick 6 carryover. Just said it. How can you forget it? $7,400 plus. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. Study up for the 2-day pick 6 carryover. Wednesday's card at 1:15 should let you know the winner was claimed out of the nightcap. 5 PJ's Rider moves to Victor and Nancy Salvato. Ilmar Loaiza, the trainer. The Salvatos and Loaiza claimed the winner. 5 PJ's Rider from the Tuesday nightcap. We'll see you tomorrow, 1:15. Sure hope you had a great day of racing. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.